Hello. How's it going? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever. Wardstone, welcome in. Congrats on being first. Val, thank you for the lurk. Fresh meat. Freshy, how's it going? Welcome in. I recognize your name, of course. How can I not? Thank you for the lurk. Fanny Slam. Fanny Slam, how are you? Fast like Sonic if you were made of lightning. Nick. Nick, how you doing? Kara's Hast. Early booyah, yeah. Oh, you've got a Crash Bandicoot. That's amazing. Is that a Crash Bandicoot? Looks kind of like one. Nick, how's it going? Yeah, I'm on early today because it's Labor Day. It's Labor Day, so I don't got a day job. Tracy did a show with Barack on Wednesday. How'd it go? Did you attend? How's everybody doing? Oh, there's someone here called Nick. That makes sense. Is that your real name? Did we just dox you? I didn't go. She left before Barack got on. Did you see Barack's sketch? No, I didn't. I don't go on Instagram that much anymore. Ever since it stopped working for promotions, I just stopped using it. All right, you guys see this? You see what's in front of you? Anyone even notice this? I'm going to dox everyone in chat and names Nick. Hi, Nick. I'm also called Nick. Beeg started me calling it, and it feels dirty. Or if you just call him, did you just dox Beegs? Everyone's running around naked in my chat. I hate to do it, but here we are. I think everyone knew Nick's name was Nick, and that he's a Nini. Yeah, look at this. I'm trying to put together a schedule for the year with a release date, a rough release date of November of next year. Rough. It's a goal, you know? It's not the goal, it's a goal. If we use our real names, we all sound lame. Internet names are cool as hell. Yes. Yes, because being called grandma is way cooler than anything else. It's on YouTube. So true. Yeah. Uh yeah, I don't this is overwhelming this schedule. I'm not ready to start working on it yet. That's why I pushed it out a month. In the beginning of October is when I'll start the schedule. Mr. Grandma is one of my faves. Mr. Grandma. It's an okay one. Actually don't mind my name. I wouldn't have kept it if I didn't. Or I wouldn't have kept it if I didn't like it. What is this? What is quarterly roadmap? Monthly roadmap? I don't understand development scheduling tools. Did anything happen this weekend? Yeah, I'm not ready to just jump right into this. How did everyone's weekends go? Or how is everyone's weekend? I guess it's Sunday night for some of you. Um, anyone do anything fun? Anyone glad it's over? We have to use tools. We have tools to schedule things. Val, yeah. I found this helped me the most. Doing this for the demo launch helped me the most. It just like gave me an internal clock, and it made me produce work faster, better. It made me consider scope creep way more often. I was like, so often was I just like, nope, that's not gonna make it. Cut it out. Where in the past, if I didn't have this schedule with an end date in mind, I would have just let the scope creep, you know? So I find that schedules combat scope creep. If it's not in the schedule, then it's scope creep. And to put it in, you got to find room, and there's probably not going to be any room. My first day of work was this Thursday. I'm still enjoying my Labor Day week. Val, congrats on the new job. You made a roadmap for that? Nice. Had a week off, went to a wedding, watched my good buddy show his first emotion, so that was neat. His first emotion? You mean you saw your friend cry for the first time? Is that what you're talking about? Seriously, congrats, Val. You're an actor entertainer. Feel free to elaborate. That's it's very exciting. Your jobs are cool. He's a very stoked man. It looked like happiness. It looked like happiness. It appeared to be happiness. Let me fix my posture before computer comes in and yells at me. Oh wait, he won't be awake for a little bit. I'm safe. I'm safe to hunch over like a troll. Did anything happen with me? Thanks, Wordstone. um, let's see. I had some good food. I had some terrible food. And what else did I do? Not much. It's just been too hot here to do much. Scare actor at Six Flags Magic Mountain in California. What? That's crazy, Val. That sounds stressful too. Seriously, congrats. Yeah, I did relax a little bit. I got to relax a little bit. I got to finally play some Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Finally. Oh my god. I'm still not past the opening flashback. I'll get there though. Finally, Final Fantasy. Yes. I have no idea how to actually do this job. They'll teach you. Or I won't know how stressful it is until day one because they're giving us no days of prep. Wait, what? What do you mean no days of prep? Just get on out there and start scaring people? Here's a mask. Good luck. And you have a scare quota? Is it like what's that Pixar movie? Wait, what is that Pixar? Monsters Inc. Do you have a scare quota? Scare quota like Monsters Inc. As us Aussie Kiwi folk like to say, she'll be right. Day one is employee day, so the park is closed to everyone except employees and their family. but I don't even know what my zone looks like or where it is. Wow. I mean, I'm sure you will get some kind of training. They can't possibly just let you loose, right? I'm also sure you'll figure it out, and she'll be right. She'll be right. Yo, Proton, how's it going? Maybe there will be orientation. There has to be. Oh, they absolutely could just let us loose. I mean, yo, if it's just like, so your job is to entertain and scare, and you kind of do that every day. So now you get to do it, what, in costume while running around outside, popping out of corners. That sounds interesting. I learned about company policies, but nothing about the specifics of the job. Wait, what? What did I say? Soul Retriever. I'm just assuming you'll be like hiding behind corners and popping out and scaring people. No, I mean you entertain people every day. Entertain people every day. You act every day. Did I say scare? I definitely meant you entertain / act every day. This is kind of like acting. A little bit. I don't know. Just have some good street jokes in your back pocket. Unfollowed, unalpined. Just finished my second remix. Proton, let's go. Let's take a listen. Yeah, they're really good. I feel like I'm in an 80s video game. Inside the 80s video game. Actually, I feel like I'm in the movie adaptation of the video game. Beverly Hills Cop if it was a game, yeah. Yo, Mard, I saw a YouTube short yesterday of a bird named Augie whispering bacon pancakes. That's weird. I'm riding the internet, Mom. I'm playing air keyboards right now, Nick. Proton, what are you gonna do with these? What are you gonna do with these songs? Are you gonna make a whole album and drop it on like Spotify or something? Bandcamp? Mm. Oh no, this isn't for Alpine Lake. This is just Protons. New idea for Alpine Lake: add a haunted trail. Nick, that's a good idea. This is the bike music. This is when the Alpines attack. I do need a bike music. This is the town center dance number. These are all really good ideas. There's a monster in the lake and we have to tell the town. Music starts. This reminds me of Contra. Yeah, it does. Yeah, GG's Proton. GG's. Shout out to Proton. I have a lot to do. I have a lot to think about. One of the problems with a schedule like this, like, yeah, it's probably going to take me 2 months to develop the story fully. And it's probably going to take me 2 full months to implement all the new mechanics I need to make to support the new story. And it's probably going to take me 2 months to create all the new zones I need for the game. And yes, it's probably going to take me 2 full months to make all these new assets that I'll need. Even longer. Actually, I think asset creation is going to be way longer than 2 months. The problem with the schedule is, look at this. Like, okay, so I'm carving out. So I have this overlap, right? Because I can't possibly just do the one thing, right? I can't possibly, if I didn't have these overlaps here, it would be like 5 weeks per thing. I'm not going to spend 5 solid weeks, only animating. It's just not happening. And then I can't possibly put off this work until April of 2025. Like, oh yeah, I'll animate in April of 2025. It doesn't sound realistic. I feel like there's got to be a better way to mix this up in an organized fashion. Like, I need a good way to organize this. And I think what I have to do is actually break these down into granular tasks. Like specifics. Like, what are the new mechanics I need? And then list those. What are the new zones that I need? List those. What are all the assets I need? List those. And then I can fill that. I can make like a really ping-pongy schedule where all that stuff gets put in a schedule. And I can keep track of each one individually. Have you heard of vertical slices? My vertical slice is my demo. Vertical slice is complete. 81 rings. How's it going? Is all this legal? Is all what legal? I don't see how you can overlap those things. Got to mix it up. Yeah, definitely. T-posing into 2025. I mean, at least everything has base animations. Like, it has something. "81 rings, you a cop?" I think it's a good idea, if possible, to break it up into smaller vertical slices. So yeah, Mr. Mart, I guess what you're saying is stretch these out. Stretch each one of these things out the whole year, and then do 10% of each. 10% of each in a row. And then start fresh the next month. Do 10% of each. Start fresh. I mean, not even 10. Like, what would that be? 8%? 8% per month. If I can do 8% of the story, 8% of the new mechanics, 8% of the zone designs, then every month I can finish 8% of the game until 100% of the game is complete. Also, 81 rings. I'm so confused as to why you said that. I'm curious. Whatever feels good to you. I honestly don't know. What I've done in the past is basically work on everything to 80%. I always leave 20% left. And then I move on to the next thing. And then at the very end, I went back and I finalized the last 20% of everything. I don't think it's a good way to do it. Just because sometimes I forget where I left off and I don't even remember what the last 20% is. Wait, have you tried panicking? It doesn't work for me, but who knows, might work for you. How about diagonal slices? Proton. Yes. This is why I don't plan. Or just fires from the hip at all times. I mean, you could not plan. That's fine. I just really want to get this done. I want to have 2 released games before I'm 40. And the only way I can do that is to finish this game by the end of next year. And then spend 6 months on a game? No. How about this? I just want to finish this game before I'm 40. Which is... I turned 40. I'm going to add it as an item. I turned 40. I turned 40 in June of 2026. The game needs to be done before I turn 40. I'm just squiggly. Not planning. I smart and I studious. I'm all for it. I believe in you. Thank you. Just stop time. Pew pew. It's just stop time. 2600. Hi, how's it going? Welcome in. What a deadline. Yeah, right? This needs to be the end. This is the end. When I turn 40, this is the end of Alpine Lake, no matter where I'm at. But I'd really like to finish it by November. That would be nice. That would be very, very nice. Also plan to have the game done before 2600. Wait, what? You mean the year 2600? Where's that? We can only go to 2030. BitGamey! BitGamey, how's it going? Thank you, Fanny. It's good to see you too, BitGamey. Shout out to BitGamey. How have you been? How have you bit? What? What? Finn. Finn, 4 months. 4 months streak. Thank you so much for your support. That's real money too. That's a cash out your pocket. That's crazy. Thank you. Always too busy? I'm sure you can relate. Yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid of this next year. Like the past 6 months, it was like a hard crunch. It was a hard crunch and my brain didn't appreciate it and I neglected a lot of my life to do it. This is going to be so much harder and it's going to be twice as long. And is it worth it? Yeah, it's worth it. It'll be worth it. Dilly dally. I need to add dilly. No, not dill dally. Dilly dally. I need to add this. This goes here. I'm going to dilly dally for a month before I kick it into high gear. I might make some tools. I'm looking at your Steam page. You appear to have gotten a lot done. Are you working on this solo? Yes, 2600. This is a solo endeavor. Except for the music. I do not create music. I have a very good friend making music for me. Maybe you can break it up into 2 vertical slices. Yeah, maybe you're yeah, Marn, maybe I break the story up into chapters and I do a 6-month sprint to chapter 2 and then I do a 6-month sprint to the chapter like the end of chapter 3 and then it's like 3 chapters. 3-chapter game. Chapter 1 is already done. Chapter 1 is the intro. That's what the demo is, chapter 1 sort of. That's a good idea, Mard. That's a good idea. I mean, I'm going to start doing this story like in a few days. What I think is going to happen is once I figure out what the story is, then I'll be able to figure out what the chapters are. That's a good idea, Mard. I think you did it. You got pinned. You've been pinned. That's what we're going to do. That's our new plan. I just beat Juno Hoslow and the Death Rights Bird, so... Wait, what? Are those Elden Ring bosses? Plans will probably change once you figure out what you need to do, yeah. Yeah, but that's a good idea, the whole chapter system. Chapter slices. How was the feedback from the demo? Better than you expected? It was good. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical of it. Like, I gotta be honest. Nobody... I don't want to sound full of myself, but nobody said anything that bad. Like, nobody said anything bad. Everyone's like, cool, which makes me skeptical. Markovany sick. How's it going? TTS. Sorry, no TTS. If you type it, I will say it. That's as TTS as we get here. Did you consider that maybe it's just that good? Nah. Nah. It can't be. I know what you mean. I really appreciate feedback on things that could be improved. Insane program soft for free. Yes, I am the insane free TTS. Oh, there's ads. There's ads, I'm sorry. Oh my god, not today. What's wrong? What's the matter, Finn? Val. Valenier. Val, thank you for that gift sub. Mard. Mard gets a tree. Mard's got 2 trees now. I need more badges. Every month a new tree needs to show up in the forest. I wonder how many trees I can get away with before it's like illegible. I just got my audience with Praetor Rykard. What is that? Military! I heard you need someone to nitpick your game apart. Yeah. I just want honest feedback. We are up to 19 positive reviews. No negatives. I think this is an unfortunate side effect of streaming. Like, nobody's going to leave a bad review if you hang out here. And then no one's going to want to leave. I don't know. No one's going to want to leave bad reviews on a demo. I don't think people know you can leave a review on a demo yet. I don't know if I want to fight him right now. I'm gonna summon Foul. Foul, you want to come fight right card with me? I'm gonna punch. I think it's an Elden Ring boss. I didn't know Elden Ring could do multiplayer. Also, who oh yeah, Foolbox. Foolbox said Pendleton Ward dropped into the stream when he was doing the Godot takeover and asked for his box overlay. Shout out to Pendleton Ward. You think we can summon Pendleton Ward? I wonder if I'd get in trouble for the Adventure Time stuff. It has co-op and invasions like all the Souls games. Does it have negative invasions or only positive? I usually don't review anything at all unless it has huge problems. Yeah. If something, I mean, I don't tend to play risky things, so I'll only play something if it's like proven to be a success. Or if it's something I'm obsessed with, like Final Fantasy. Maybe I start breaking these down. Maybe I start breaking these down. And using our favorite thing. Oh, wait. So can you do node-based notes with Obsidian? And should I use Miro? You know, I'll just make a new thing. That's basically the road to release. Road to release. Chapter 1. Story. Let's get real organized. Like, real organized. Can I do, like, stuff like this? Does this work? Can you do formatting, text formatting? Oh, you can. Story. Wait, what is this? What are all the things I need? Story? Mechanics. No, not what? How did it do that? Heading 1. Mechanics. I'll just do this. Zones. Assets. Economy. Animation. UI. Audio. Ah, what? How do you do a heading from scratch? Wait, what is wrong with me? I could probably just select everything and do heading. There we go. What am I missing from this list? Does anybody know what I'm missing from this list? Occasionally I'll stick to a bad game for a long time because my obsession with good design makes me want to study them. Like picking at sores. What was the last terrible game that you stuck with? This character is level 103 and I'm getting my arse kicked. What level are you? Imagine Meowletary says Alpine Lake. Mard. Wait, what is with the... Why are you yelling, Meow? I'm currently playing Hunt Shadow with the group because a friend wants my opinion on it. I never heard of that one. Also, is there anything but a negative invasion? I don't know. I thought some of the Souls games have positive invasions where you can help each other fight bosses. Would be such a power move. Yeah, I'd quit. I'd quit game dev. Such a good game. Sadly, the UE update isn't optimized at all. Interesting. Meowlitary literally just said this is a game I don't like, but I play anyway. And Wardstone, you like the game. I never even heard of it. What is Shadow Hunt Showdown? Hunt Showdown. Hunt Showdown. Extraction shooter, but Wild West themed. It's a personal favorite. I admit it has its own issues, though. I wouldn't accuse Hunt of being good, but it has so many great ideas. It's interesting. Interesting you'd say that. I don't really... Yeah, I don't really play first-person shooters anymore. The last one I played thoroughly was Destiny 1. I played a lot of Destiny 1. It was very satisfying. I have friends that really like that game. Apparently Wardstone's one of them. I have a hot take. Last game I played that I didn't like was Outer Wilds. That is a hot take. I loved Outer Wilds. When you get down to the reality of things, not even the intro clips as you launch Hunt run correctly. They flash and run over each other somehow. It's like they literally don't know how to do anything right at all. Ouch. It's a slower paced shooter, a vibe with and I vibe with it as a result. So I was always curious, like Meowlitary, you're describing like literally there's issues with the opening cutscene. I've seen that before in games. And I always wondered, like, isn't the opening cutscene the thing that you see so often? How are there issues with it? Shouldn't it be like the most perfect thing in the game is your opening cutscene? But then I saw a streamer play Alpine Lake, and in the opening cutscene, which I've never seen this before, in any playthrough, the pants clipped with the legs of the character, so it looked like their crotch just came through the model, like their crotch just poked through the pants. And the streamer said, like, did anybody else just see that? And I'm just like, what? Why did that just happen? I've never seen that before. Why did that just happen? Crotch technology. I think, actually, you know what? All right, before I jump into this, I actually want to, I think I know what might have happened. It might be the quality setting. Optimization for different setups is difficult. Not all PCs run the same. Yeah, apparently. Let's see if I can force that to happen. It might have something to do with like the settings, the quality settings set to like either medium or low, and the vertex interpolation is different. I don't know. So if I go to, let's set it to low. New game. Don't call me Shirley. I hope this isn't it. Oh, wait. All right, so there's... Oh, maybe you have to be wearing the crop top. Maybe you got to be wearing the crop top to notice it. I can't believe that was auto-modded. Yeah, crotch. Can't say crotch. Who knows where you're going with that? I'll say low. And put the crop top on. Oh, look at that. I can already see it. This is a little dot. Can't believe degen gets auto-modded. Not anymore. Yo, Hellraiser, how's it going? Thank you for following. Welcome in. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, there it is. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. Oh my god, that's so bad. Is it always like that? No, it's not. It was only during the, oh look, oh yeah, it pokes out. The butt pokes out, and the crotch pokes out when you run. It's terrible. I gotta figure that out. Yo, Splinter! I think degen has been said so many times here that we've allowed it, and Twitch lets it go now. I guess I have to make my wife dinner before she insults me again. Yeah, Finn, go do that. Just add blur. Problem solved. Easter egg. It's too common. I've been trying to type for 45 minutes, but I spew filth and I'm always auto-modded. That was literally auto-modded. That's amazing. I had to permit the term filth. But Finn, it's your 4-month streak. You should be celebrating. It's true. Dungeons and degenerate gamblers. Yeah, allow. Most games just don't render the lower layer because making clothes match up right is way too much effort. Yes. And I'm considering just separating that area into a separate piece of geo that I can hide when there's pants. I mean, there's always pants. I don't have other options, which I do need to make. Did you see what she said yesterday while she thought the ads were on? No, I missed that. Automod takes no prisoners. Splinter, how you doing? Such a good game, yes. Fantastic game. Kiros Key, how's it going? Yo, Brent 2. You deserved it. Definitely. Finn. There's no need to wait for ads for that. Doing good Maya time? Making a VTuber so I can stream dev stuff? Splinter, is that true? That's great to hear. That makes me excited. True Chains, nice. Give me a motivational quote to actually finish this mechanic I'm stuck on. I need the hype. Brent 2. I don't have it. I don't have that in me right now. But I know you can do it. No matter how long it takes, you'll get there. I promise. As long as you don't quit. Or how about this one? Make a schedule like I'm doing and give yourself a due date and finish it by that due date. All right. Look at this. Let's fill this out. Oh, yeah. What was I saying before? Is there anything on this list that I'm missing? Story, mechanics. Zones is basically environment art. Assets is interactable art that you can collect, like items and decorations and whatnot. The economy is part of the mechanics because this game is based on economy, resource management, animation, UI, audio. Marketing is I have marketing. Yeah. The last 2 months. Basically, I want to be done with this game September 1st. I want to be 100% done with this game 1 year from today. 1 year from today, I want to be done with this game. And I want to spend 2 full months doing a marketing push and very extensive Q&A. Or not Q&A, just QA. Q&A is question answering. QA, quality assurance. I want to do extensive quality assurance for 2 months, and then I want to release in November. Accessibility. You're right. What? 2600, thank you for the follow. Automod, yeah, brother. Rest so you don't burn out. Oh, we're burning out. I've got burnout. Burnout is scheduled for here. Burnout. Does accessibility include different languages? No, I've said this before. Unless I get a publisher, I am not supporting multiple languages. It's just not in the cards. Where can that even fit here? It would take a whole month. It would take a whole month to make sure localization's correct. Maybe I do localization after the initial release. That could be a possibility. You know, like I spend December and January localizing. Are you aware that your Twitch icon on PC looks the same when you're offline or online? Wait, what? Do people have different ones? Is that a thing? Can you have different icons? Can someone confirm? How can you learn a whole language in a month? Settings for colorblind modes, font changes for people with dyslexia, stuff like that. All right, we're going to have to fit that in. Accessibility. So we need color blind modes. Font changes for dyslexia. Is there like a recommended font for dyslexic support? There is? Okay. I mean, that's going to take some research. Accessibility. What? Accessibility. Whoops. Chapter 1. Quest. Chapter 2. Quest. This is placeholder. Mechanics. What are some remaining mechanics that haven't been worked on yet? Guest groups. Yep. Zones. What are some zones that I haven't worked on that I have plans for? Mountain Trail. The ski lodge. The lake center island. The timber farm. What else? Not sure actually. Time to cook some dinner so I can handle my emotions. Wardstone, enjoy your dinner. Let us know what you made. I mean, the big red live box kind of says you're online. So yeah, there is a dyslexic font. All right, I'm gonna have to look that up. Thor created a custom one that's actually really easy to read and follow. Kind of awesome. A custom what? Custom font? On the left sidebar is my subscribed list with the avatar of the streamer. It's grayscale if offline. Since your avatar icon doesn't have much color, it always looks offline. Oh. Oh, you're totally right. You're totally right. Yeah, it is grayscale. What is my icon? It's like a cool, whoops. It's like a cool gray. Yeah, I guess it's never different. I mean, but it, everything else shows up. I could add some more color to it. I guess that's a me specific thing because it's just gray. Everyone's got such a nice color in their logo. Dyslexics unite. Mart, are you dyslexic? An easy, cheap way is to capitalize the first letter of each word. It's what I use for my family members. Is that a real thing? I never heard of that. You're not. Oh. Oh, assets. I need furniture. Furniture at what, like four or five different levels, such as beds, chests, furniture. Wait, furniture. 5 different levels, styles. I need beds, chests, bathtubs, couches, tables, chairs. Lots of rugs, lots of paintings, end tables, kitchen counters, refrigerators, lamps. I heard dyslexic people have eye movement pattern that make them better at race car drivers. Race car driving. Oh, really? Is that true? That's crazy. First letter capital and double spacing helps break the words into their own space. It works well for low-level dyslexia, but it's not a cure-all. That's interesting. I never heard of that. Annie Leah Dav 123. Sorry for butchering your name. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are you? Also, spell refrigerators correctly. There we go. Refrigerator. What else do I have? Decor, bed. Oh yeah, and I also need like seasonal decorations. I need plants, way more plants. All right, I want dog furniture. I have a gazebo in the game, which is like a large thing. I feel like I need more large things, large scale pieces, such as a gazebo. Winter season, fall season, spring season, summer season. So I need, yeah, different seasonal stuff. I kind of want multiple mailboxes, signs. I want different signs. Also paintings, wall decorations. I have a lot of wall decorations actually. It's probably the most. I need to refactor the way building walls and doors works because I want you to be able to design the style a little more freely than current. Because right now it's just wood everything. My favorite haiku: refrigerator, the place where I keep food, the place where I keep my food, refrigerator. Refrigerator. He's right. That's a perfect haiku. Refrigerator, the place where I keep my food. It's snowing on Mount Fuji. It's snowing on Mount Fuji. Wait, what? The place where I. That's not a haiku. Mard. 575. Game Gyaru reference. Haikus are easy, but sometimes they don't make sense. Refrigerator. Words down. All right, it's haiku only chat. Can I do that? Like you can have sub only, follower only, emote only. We're doing haiku only chat. That's that's my favorite haiku. It's a classic. Wait, is the one Wordstone just said a class? Like, is that a known haiku? To literally say that, but add your own thing at the end? That doesn't make sense. All right, so uh, building materials. I need way more building materials. I need um I need like 10 kinds of walls, 10 kinds of floors, 10 kinds of doors, and maybe like 5 kinds of windows. You can do whatever you want, but haikus don't have to line up well. I mean, at least don't cut it mid-word. Turgus! Turgis, how the hell are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. What did you get up to? Did you play more Conan? Shout out to Turgis. I did it again. I kissed her, but I farted. At least it was quick. A haiku about love. That is the worst haiku to make me read when a raid comes in. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, my name is Andrew. I'm working on this game called Alpine Lake. I am planning my year right now. I'm trying to make a big checklist of everything I need to do in the next 13 to 14 months to hit release. I like your style, but I'm not good at haikus. Refrigerator. So right now chat's in haiku mode only. So if you can please stick to haikus only, that would be appreciated. Turgus86, rating with 6 cool people. A haiku about love. There we go. Playing more Conan. Running around and building. And crafting. You're only 2 away. Wait, a haiku about love doesn't have 5s. Ah, you blew it, Martin. Fat Min. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Andrew lived close by. He used to rollerblade here. We would eat taki. He's right. He's right. Turgis, did you end up playing Space Scavengers? Do you guys know our friend Red Cabin made a game? And the demo's out. I played the demo on my Steam Deck. It was fantastic. This one. Look, the demo's out. Download Space Scavengers 2. This one's really good. That's so juicy. It looks a lot different than this. And there's a lot of these weapons that I haven't seen yet. They look very fun. One of my favorite moments of the game was when I saw that water planet and I accidentally flew through it. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Very cool. I hope everyone made sure to follow Turgus. Game devs or gaming streamer, but I heard through some kind of fruited vine that you might try your hand at game dev. That's what I heard. Scully! The computer's lagging. Scully, how's it going? Welcome in. Sad it ended shortly. Yeah, that's just how it goes with demos. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Beegs. Oh, hello, Beegs. Look at that cute little frog. What an adorable little frog. Oh, you were doing... Yes, I played. Great demo. Wait. It was much fun. I don't know about that one. Wait, Scully, was that a haiku also? Turgus raid message. Message. No. No, no, no. Turgus raid message. Wait, I guess message is correct, yeah. This computer is lagging. Anyway, hello. Yeah, Scully, it worked. It's number of syllables. It's number of syllables. It's got to be 5 syllables, 7 syllables, and then 5. Right? It's not. Wait, is it words or is it syllables? Now I don't even know. Yeah. 5 syllables, 7. Why isn't it saying the third line that needs 5? Yeah, 575. Yo, that gamer. I can't write haiku. Words dance, but do not align. My haiku took time. Okay, haiku chat, haiku only chat is off. It's over. Yo, rain light. Hello there, Booyah. Hope you have a super day. Not a great haiku. Rain light, how's it going? Shout out to Rain. Finally rested Mr. Minecraft. Mr. Minecraft. How's Mr. Minecraft doing? I wish I can compress this more. I griped for so long because I didn't know how to scroll, but I want to compress this even more. Can I do that? Also, what's a date field? What's a new field? What is this? What is this? Ugh. I don't want to sort. I don't want markers. Zoom level. Custom. Please let me zoom out. Nah, there's no zooming out. Sir Booyah, we did play Minecraft all day. Refrigerator. There is that magnifying glass. Where is that? Where do you see that? Where do you see a magnifying glass? This one. Yeah. Wait, save? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you get month, quarter, or year. Honestly, I would normally use Google to do this, but there's a reason why I didn't. There's heaps of maggots. Maggots wriggling in that sheep, like moving rice. Yuck. Was that another haiku? Words would be out of hand. Oh, Scully, yeah, sorry, I missed that one. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep adding stuff to this list. So what does the economy even mean? What does the economy even mean? The economy. It means the price. Price of items at the merchant. It also means the value of items that you sell. It also means the length of time crops take to grow. It also means the uh, ingredients of crafted recipes. What else does the economy mean? Refrigerator, freezer, refrigerator, refrigerator. All right, Scully wins. Monday is good for a Monday. This Monday is good for a Monday. I had off today. So what that means is I spent 4 hours making stupid social media updates and posts and putting together this schedule, which shouldn't have taken me that long, but it did. I asked GPT for a haiku about Booyah's beauty, and it assumed he was a woman. Men can be beautiful. Yeah. Also, my name is Grandma, so ChatGPT, very confused, not surprised. Do you think ChatGPT knows who Booyah Grandma is? Nah, we're not gonna try. I don't want to do that. I don't want to play that game. Crowing crops? Caw? Did I say crowing cops? Crowing crops. We can ask GPT. No asking GPT. Also, haiku chat over. Now haikus are banned. Anyone who says a haiku gets banned. And I'm going to count your sentences. So if you say a sentence that has the same amount of syllables as a haiku, banned. So now you have to go out of your way to not haiku. Yo, Augie. Augie, how are you? Straight to jail, yeah. I'm exhausted. It seems like you were having a meeting live, and when I said hello, you were like, "I'm in a meeting. Leave me alone." What? You're live. I talked nonstop for 5 straight hours. Yeah, you did. Please don't ban me, Eek. I shan't haiku anymore. It's snowing on. Haikus are now banned. I must be really careful, Toaster. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I said nothing of the sort. No, I know. It was just funny. Okay. So the big boy is this story. I'm going to come back to it. Let's keep going. So what else does economy mean? Prices of the items at the merchants, value of the items for selling. And then this is also sold in loot. It's sold in shipping box, sold in store, like souvenir. How do you spell souvenir? Souvenir. God. Souvenir. Sold in souvenir store, souvenir shop, on in ground. And then the third way to sell items is at the restaurant. It's like a text-only Rickroll. Yeah. I love it. I kind of love it. Computer! Computer, how you doing? All right, fine. Finally, someone's here to fix my posture. Wordstone did it once, but I'll sit up straight in anticipation. Accidental ode to Jern. We don't need accidental odes to Jern. We can do purposeful odes to Jern. Shout out to Irish Jern Games. He's going to hit partner soon. It's a feat. Quite the feat. I have to keep begging them to please chime in. Who's your team there? Do you got a whole team now working with you? I just can't commit now. No, it's hard to commit to my posture. It's something only computer can do. My mere presence is now a posture check. Yes. Oh God. I have like, yeah, I'm like emotionally scarred by your presence now and just makes me sit up straight. Bananas. Whoever decides to show up, really. Well, I hope people stick around and you become a tight-knit group of game devs that pump out quality work. What else does economy mean? Length of time crops take to grow. What else is kind of like that? Ingredient amounts of crafted recipes. Ingredient amount of crafted recipes. Restaurant. Sell prices. I feel like restaurants should upcharge the price of stuff by a significant amount, you know? Like if you can throw some kind of like fish sandwich in the selling box and get 20 pieces of currency, you should be able to sell it at a restaurant for like 60. You know, like a real restaurant. Make 1,000% markup. My faith in humanity is not that high. People always leave. I'm used to it. I will say that is, especially when people aren't getting paid and not many people stick around. Back to the gym, Augie. Yeah, punch it. Punch it. Got to cover overhead. Yeah. 1,000% markup at a restaurant. Today is gym day. Nice. I'm sore from doing yoga yesterday. Maybe it even includes how hard it is to get an item if it's rare, if it spawns rarely or something like that. Yeah. So you brought up a good point. So the economy is also related to the frequency of foraged items. Because the frequency of a foraged item will dictate how much it should be worth. And it should also calculate how much effort it takes to get that forage item. Like you can almost trade stamina for gold with the throughput of that resource. I'm fasting, so I'm moving gym day to tomorrow. When did Booyah turn into an economics professor? When he made a resource gathering game. I honestly didn't realize this was going to be the hardest part of making a cozy game, is figuring out the economy. You know, when you're playing a game, you don't really consider like, oh yeah, it takes 5 wood to make this. Oh look, wood sells for 2 gold. Oh yeah. Oh, it's this hard to get wood. It's like that much thought needs to go into the whole system. And like think about Stardew Valley. It has like 500 items that you can get, each with its own unique value, unique way of getting it. The effort it takes to get each one of those items dictates the value of that item. The rarity dictates how good it is in the game. It's just so much to think about. This is the real game dev of these kinds of games, is figuring out like the perfect balance of economy to make it feel satisfying and powerful. Like when you can maximize your effort to gain the most value out of day, like an in-game day, that's when you feel good at the game. So your economy has to be like really solid. Wait, it's all in the haircut? You guys like my new haircut? Wait, then it won't be long for me to also become one. Rain, you losing all your hair? We all become econ professors sooner or later. That's not true. My dad has a full head of hair, and his hair goes down to the middle of his back. He he has like a man bun. He's a ponytail down to his back. And I look like this, and my brother looks like this. Sounds like spreadsheet work, so much fun. Yeah, I've been trying to research how to do a good economy for a long time. Um, there's no easy way. There's literally no easy way. I probably do need a spreadsheet of all the different values. Um, I did make my own editor tools. Like when I go to a recipe. So when I select a recipe, it tells me all the items that make up the recipe and what tier those items are in. So it's like it takes 3 tier 1 items to make this, sunflower bread. So I can assign it a value based on this. One thing I do regret is I have recipes as scriptable objects, but items are separate scriptable objects. I don't know, why didn't I just put the recipe in the item itself? Like an item should just have components to make it. I don't know why I did that. Just make everything free. That's kind of what I did for the demo, except I made everything 10. And it almost worked out. It almost worked out. Some people found some loopholes. Tenure comes for us all. This here, kids, is what a sociopath looks like. You think I look like a sociopath? I'm 36 and I'll become a father in a few weeks. I'll not only lose my hair, I guess. Oh man, Rain. Congrats on almost being a father. That's huge. I've got bad news for you, Booyah. What's the bad news? Maybe it was the postman. No, my mom's side, everyone's bald. And I think you get your hair growing gene from your mom's side. It sounds like he fed on the youth of his son's hairlines. What did the milkman look like? Milkman! Jokes aside, your dad sounds cool as hell. I like how this is the coziest, most wholesome stream ever, and chat still spirals into dark places every time. It happens. I think of this stream more as real life than super cozy. It's just real life. Sometimes it's got ups, it's got downs. I think hair characteristics often come from the maternal side, yeah. Bald mom. No, my mom has hair. It's just my uncle, no hair. My grandfather on my mom's side, no hair. Welcome to the club, Rainlight. We've got diapers, I guess. Hair characteristics, nailed it. Don't make me hair coo. No, don't do it. Diaper club. You win all the monies. Wait, welcome the club. Rain light. No, that's not haiku. Okay, computer, you're safe for now. Be careful with the haikus. Excuse me. Now I'm losing my voice. Focus, damn it. Okay. All right. Animations. I need to redo everything. Every single animation in this game has been temporary. I need specific activity animations. I need better. I need just everything, just all of it. So much. Actually, so there's more to assets. I didn't even finish with assets. Let's keep finishing with assets. So not only do I need building materials, I need animals, photographables. I need like 30 more animals. 30 more animals. Also, you know what I saw today that's kind of funny? Magic Inn. So there's another dev I see on Twitter making an inn game called Magic Inn. And it looks great. It honestly looks great. But look what they just posted today. They added chickens, right? These were the chickens I was going to buy. I'm pretty sure. Unity. What, asset store? Chicken. I'm pretty sure I was going to buy this chicken. Oh, wait, I like this one. What's this? What is this? I didn't see this last time. Toon Farm Pack by Sick Games. Oh no. Oh no. This is gorgeous. Yeah, this is gorgeous. It's got ducks. It's got pigs. It's got goats. It's got chickens. They're very realistic, though. Oh, man. I might buy this. Wait. This was not $107 when I clicked on it. What? I clicked on it. It was 98. Look, $98. Now it's 107. What happened? Yeah, this pack is really nice looking. Foreigner tax. In what universe is that realistic? It's got realistic proportions. It's not realistic rendering. It's the proportions are realistic. All my assets were also temporary until they weren't. Yeah, that's kind of what's happened to me. All chickens look the same anyway. No, but it was that specific chicken that I was gonna like. This was the chicken I was gonna buy. I favorited it. Where is it? Where is that chicken? Where's that chicken? Grocery store. This is kind of cute. No, this is 2D. I did this already. Saved assets. It's just the last thing I saved. Innkeeper. Where's that chicken? It was this one. Oh, it's different. It's different. Yay. It's not the same. Okay. These are cute. So I might buy these. Now that I'm seeing them with fresh eyes for the second time, I kind of love them even more. I think they're adorable. Look at this little guy. Look at him. He's so cute. Where's the chicken? There's the rooster. There's the chicken. Chill. It's got a decent walk cycle. That's a cute run. The look around's okay. It's a little linear. I don't know why it has an attack. Sit. I might get these. All right, anyway. Need to lurk. Daytime job calls. Rain, thank you for the lurk. Why is a professional 3D modeler buying 3D assets? Because I know how long they take to make, so might as well buy the ones that I can judge that are good. Add a custom cute animal like the porgs from Star Wars. Sell merch. You mean like a fake animal? I'm not good at that. You and I know you can add a certain squirrely friend. No way. It's like so high res. Kit bash them into a Lovecraftian farm Thulu thing. Splinter. What type of game are you making? What genre? T3 Leet. How's it going? It's a life sim game. I'm making a life sim game. There's a lot of you in chat. Maybe some of you haven't seen it before. For those of you who are new, welcome in. Let's just play the trailer. This is what I'm making. Soul Retriever just clocked out of work. Nice. When buying assets, do you worry about the look of the models not meshing well with your current look? I do. I don't want to have to change them too much. The reason why I like that pack is because there's no textures. It's just solid colors, which is exactly my style. And the proportions are not standard. The proportions and the human proportions in my game are not standard, so the animals shouldn't be standard. So yeah, kind of works. Looks Harvest Moon-esque. It totally is. It's basically like, yeah, it's like Harvest Moon. It's like a 3D Stardew Valley. It's a little like My Time in Portia, a little Animal Crossing, a little bit The Sims. Unfortunately, you can't throw grapes in the face of villagers. You want what? You want to woo? Wait, was that a thing in Harvest Moon? You throw grapes? The only Harvest Moon I ever played was the one for Game Boy Color, right? Game Boy Color. Harvest Moon. Is that true? Am I lying? Yeah, it was this one. Oof, memories. Harvest Moon Knights, love grapes. Friends of Mineral Town, that was my jam. Harvest Moon holds a special place for me. It's why I love this game so much. A little bit GTA, Biggs. It's a little bit of GTA. A little, just a little. Just a tiny little bit, you know? I don't think I'm going to touch the game today. We're just working on planning. This is all about planning. Look, even the title says planning launch. So we might not make anything for a bit. So I think chapter one is where we're at, right? It's the intro, chapter 3. Chapter 1 is the intro, spring season, learning characters, story. The story reveals itself, right? Story ramping up. Chapter 2 is about, I feel like chapter 2 is like focusing on the conflict, which is that a company is coming to town and they're trying to buy it. They're trying to buy the land, which would basically like raise the town. One of my favorite town vibes games is the first Fable. I loved the first Fable. The Fable economy system had a totally broken thing where you can buy out an overstocked merchant and sell all his stuff back at gouged prices. That's an oversight. So chapter 2 is about like it's almost like take the visitor center in Stardew Valley where you basically are just tasked with collecting everything the game has to offer. And like those are the quests. It's basically running around the game and finding everything. So it's this filling out the community center, but the NPCs are the different rooms. So like in Stardew Valley, each room of the community center had different asks, right? But what I'm doing is basically each NPC in town is equivalent to that. And each NPC in town who runs a business is going to have a quest line, and you have to satisfy everyone's quest lines to basically help them revitalize their business. And that's chapter 2, filling up this community center. In chapter 3, I feel like is the resolve. It's like what's not post game, but it's kind of what happens when you've succeeded everyone's tasks. And there'll be like a culmination of events. I don't know what it is yet. The thing I remember most about Fable is that you were able to eat actual living baby chicks for nourishment and bad guy points. Also Chicken Kicker. Fable 2 is one of my top ever games. I never had a 360 to play that. I loved Fable 1 so much. I borrowed my brother's Xbox to play it. And I remember I played the hell out of it. And then I gave the Xbox back, and that was that. And I never had an Xbox. So I never played any of the later Fables. I missed Fable the first time, but went back to play it after finding Fable 2. How was it going back? I always took the sword from Jack. I don't remember what that is. Then you can present your fat self to a door that liked rotund people to get inside. Wait, what? Splinter, what? What did I just read? Did you ever spell out the hits sequence the bad way and it would send Balverines after you? I don't know what that is. Virtual agent, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So one thing I'll say about Splinter, since I know Splinter in real life, he has an incredible memory and an ability to recall things from media, like from the distant past, that I could never keep up with. Ooh Lee, how's it going? What is this noting app? It is Obsidian. Obsidian, it's free. It's for everything. It's very good. Very good way to make lists. K-chan, thank you for the follow. What? We hit a goal. Nice. Welcome in, K-chan. I want to say keychain, but it's not keychain, is it? Are there any limitations on Obsidian on free version? Notion sucks on free version on my side. No, Obsidian is pretty much is what it is. I don't even know if there is a paid version. Is there a paid version? Maybe the paid version syncs between devices. I'm making that up. I'm 100% making that up. I have no idea. This is it. Okay. Chat's popping off this evening. Is it? I mean, you guys are always pretty good at distracting me. Well, at the end of Fable, you can choose to destroy the sword or take it for yourself, the Sword of Aeons. Oh, I don't even remember that. I don't remember that at all. Are these stored just locally? Yeah, they're local. There is a couple of paid versions, one to sync, others for commercial use. Ah, I see. I was just about to do something. Oh yeah, change the goal. We need a new goal. I'm so bad. How do I do that? Manage goals. New goal. 1200. Start goal. Thank you for 1100. I need more water. There's an ad coming up in 3 minutes. I might just start it now and then take a break. We're going to go a little longer today since, it's Labor Day and all. So don't you worry. Don't you worry. I know you were all very worried. I'm notorious for the 1 hour stream. But I'm gonna hit run this ad. I'm gonna take a 2-minute break, get some water, maybe get a snack. I encourage you all to do the same. I'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. I've got a new favorite. I've got a new favorite Kit Kat. So my previous favorite Kit Kat was the. My previous favorite Kit Kat was the raspberry Ben and Jerry's ice cream. New favorite Kit Kat, cookie and cream ice cream Kit Kat. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Also, Head Boop Games, welcome in. Thank you for the follow during that break. And Lakia Gaming, how are you? Good morning. Code Rad. Code Rad, how are you? Kit Kat flavor time, yeah. Why are they even called Kit Kats at this point? Because they have a tiny bit of cookie in them. A tiny bit of wafer. Oh, they're so good. Code Rad, how are ya? Did you release your demo? Did the Rogue Blight demo come out? Yeah, shout out to Code Rad Games, y'all. We're gonna check it out for ourselves. Planned release date Q1 of 2025. No demo yet. It's almost ready though. Nice. Join the playtest. Didn't Kit Kats take off in Japan due to it sounding like a good luck saying? I have no idea. But yeah, everyone make sure to check out Code Rad's game, Rogue Blight. 2D Souls-like. Wait, I have music going. What's wrong with me? Did you see an increase in Steam visits after demo release? Yes, I did. I can't. I'm waiting to be definitive about what my new numbers are, but I have a new resting wish list rate. This looks great though. Everyone, make sure to give it a wish list. Give it a follow. Rogue Salt and Sanctuary? What? Is that a joke? Apparently, Kito means surely, and Kato sounds like Katsu, to win. Surely to win. I guess that does sound like good luck. Kito Kato. Bad news, apparently it's already on my wish list. Well, then make a new account and look at it on that wish list. God. So I'm not holding my breath. Maybe I am holding my breath. What's the saying? I'm holding my breath, but the the spike from the demo release and wholesome games is we've come down. We're down from that. And it's been doing this at like a flat rate. And I'm hoping it stays at that flat rate. I'm hoping it doesn't continue back down to my old resting wish list rate. I'll show you what I mean. So here we are, right? This was the demo release and wholesome games. My old resting wish list rate was this, 8, 7, 9, 11, 6, 11. But now we're down here at the at the bottom. You know, we've come back down and we're at 24, 22, 32, 15, 25, 29, 18. If we can stay here in 1 year at an average of, let's say, 20, in 1 year, that's like 5,000 wish lists, right? And then that's on top of the 4,000 we have, and bam, we hit our almost 10,000 wish list goal. So, and that's assuming we never get another spike ever again. That's probably bad math. I don't think this can possibly stay constant. It probably will go back to this eventually, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, that's enough of numbers talk. Unless you want to talk about numbers. I like talking about numbers, but I know not everyone likes it. It's okay, I can apply to playtest. You know how much I love that. Wordstone, I do. Apparently the phrase it resembles is Kito Katsuto, meaning you shall surely win. Kito Katsuto. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with what's going on. I'd like a. I feel like I wanted more people to play the demo, but maybe I'm okay. Oh, girl. You okay? Her stomach is making crazy noises. All right, back to this. Let's jump around. Let's jump around. What do I need for the UI? What do I need to actually do? I feel like I need a major overhaul. I need to tidy up the wiki pause page. I need custom, or I need redesign visuals. So, and the visuals I need to redesign are the corner time display. The you know, the top right corner of the screen where it says what time it is, what date it is. That needs an overhaul. That needs to be designed. It's horrific right now. I want to redesign the mail. I want letters. I want letters to have custom visuals depending on what the letter is. So custom letter visuals depending on the sender. Like if you get a letter from Eugene, I want it to look like nice and typed on paper. And when you get a letter from like Melissa, I want it to be like an image that looks like it was hand drawn on a napkin that has stains on it. And when you get something from like Carlos, maybe it's like I don't know, like written on the back of a receipt from his store. It's just, I don't know, little touches like that. Not as extreme like that, but just maybe even just custom colors. Maybe the letter itself has a color value. Yeah. What else needs an upgrade in visuals? I feel like the crafting menu can. Oh no, you know what it needs? The in upgrading. The in upgrade menu. The in upgrade menu, I want it to look more like a tree of skills. Malachi, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I want the in upgrade menu to not just be a list of skills. I want it to be like a cascading tree. So so you can visually see the progression better. Because right now, it's just like in a grid. And sometimes there's dependencies, but the dependencies are only like they're in the text. They're not visual. So I want a visual tree-like display, or a tree display, skill tree display with visuals representing the dependencies. Okay, what else? What else needs an upgrade? Oh, the restaurant. Restaurant menus. The restaurant menu can use a pretty custom background. The floating icon, the selector icon. It's okay. Selector icon. Yo, head boop. What software are you using? There are all these nice checkboxes. This is Obsidian. Do I have an Obsidian? Obsidian. It's a. I forgot I did that. I crack myself up sometimes. I had to take a call, but I see that, right? Resting wishlist rate 25. It's about 20. It's about 20. I think it's gonna die down. I think it's gonna go down back down to like 8 to 10. We'll see. I gotta remember I have that command. Computer, yeah. It's great. It's great. I'm a happy little clam. If that game doesn't tell you it has legs, I don't know what will. I mean, it would have been nice to get into like more festivals. I've applied to like 20 festivals. 20 festivals. And I got into one. And the one I got into, it had 460 games in it. So I don't even know there was a barrier to entry. Like, was anyone rejected from the Wholesome Games? I don't know. I just want to get into one festival where, I don't know, just one that says, oh, this made it like above the rest and not just everybody's welcome. I still haven't had that yet. Is that selfish of me? I don't know. I just want proof. I just want more proof that what I'm making, people want. 4 festivals sitting at 1K with a resting wishlist rate of 1. Well, I think it's all genre though. It's all genre. I still think that I am low for my genre. As long as your game makes category, it gets accepted for Steam festivals. Yes, but I got into the Wholesome Games Steam celebration, which was technically curated, but I don't know how curated. Wordstone, I'd like that as well. The path is clearly working. I mean, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. We're growing. Every day we're growing a little bit, which is good. I'm going to invent the Cozy Games by the Lake Festival, and I'm only inviting your Aaron. I'll be there. If you invite me, I'll be there. Uniform and everything. Shout out to Aaron. Working on now a tower defense game. A deck building tower defense game. I'm excited to see this journey. Are you gonna put the bear in the game though? I feel like you have to. I feel like you have to. Bear will be there. Okay. Phew. Audio. Bug splinter to make more audio. Bug. Is Splinter still here? I'm stealing many assets. You got to. Baby girl, I've got a spreadsheet to show you. Oh, baby girl, what? Check. It did one. Yes. All right. These are weekly bugs. I'm gonna bug you next week too. All right, I like this just jumping around, adding stuff. What's another mechanic that I haven't added yet? Orchards. Orchard activities. I'm just gonna throw random stuff around. Or you know what? I'll make a guest activities group, and this is an orchard activity where you can make an orchard and grow crops that aren't for picking and selling. They're activities for your guests to go do. Also, how is this spelled incorrectly? Activities. There we go. Hopefully, I'll have a stream on next Tuesday. You can bug me at. Oh, what? Okay. All right. All right. Everyone follow Splinter. I don't know why didn't I do this before? Splinter. Shout out to my boy Splinter. You gotta get your branding together. You need an icon. You need a cover page. You need emotes. No, you don't need emotes yet. But get on that. Everyone, make sure to follow Splinter so we can watch Splinter Dev. First stream. I want to be there. Oh, I better not be sleeping. I swear to God, if you stream while I'm sleeping, your first stream, I'm gonna be pissed. But also feel free to do whatever you want. I want to see this number go up at least a few more when I hit refresh. Ready? 5. I'm hit refresh. 5. I better see that freaking number go up. 4. This is I don't know. What is this? This is not right. I shouldn't be. Yes. Sick. Thank you. We're gonna make that number go up. You haven't even finished the ding dang OBS setup yet. OBS is easy. If you need help with it, let me know. That's exciting, no Splinter. I'm happy for you. Wait a minute. Visitor farming. Visitor farming. I missed that. Sorry, I was all hyped about Splinter. Need to be able to cook your guests and farm them. You know, it's funny because I had a it wasn't like a bug. I just made a mistake where I was adding clay, like the item clay, the rock. I was working on this, and part of the loot, I was like, oh, you know, the loot, it needs to spawn clay. So I did this. I went clay, assets, and I went like this. And I'm like, okay, now it spawns clay, right? Core scene. Degradable clay. So I was testing it. I was like, okay, let's just make sure it functions right. Go into, we'll hit play. Oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't even finish the chicken coop. I have a pickaxe, right? Yeah. Wait, do I? Where is it? I don't have one. Pickaxe. Okay. All right, let's test out clay. And then, what? 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 You can mine guests. Sure, you can cook them now, but they don't grow in trees yet. Yeah. Me and computer on the same wavelength. We'll get there. We'll get there. Feel the love, be appreciated. You can't do anything about it. Nice. I like that. Also, Wartstone, weren't you going to cook? Did you cook? That clip was hilarious. Which one? Clearly a feature, yeah. Jesus, chill. Chill, ads. Oh, the Pirate Software one? Yeah. I'm trying to milk it one more time. I made a YouTube. Can everyone just go look at this and like it? I hear Final Fantasy X music. I'm actually thinking about doing a Lulu only run. A Lulu only run of that on stream. This is Final Fantasy VII music, Splinter. Wait a minute. Receive Twitch messages. Oh no. Falonier, if you're there. I don't know if the overlay is working. Also, why did I just get this? A null ref. Why did I get that? No. Why did that happen? Oh, I gotta remove that. They carried over. Oh, yeah, there must have been some dupes, right? Oh wait, this is Kilika's. Jeez, I didn't even have the Kilika shout out. Ah, I'm pathetic. Okay. Now what? Back to the list. Back to Obsidian. So, guess new mechanics. New mechanics that I need to work on. The guest groups is big. I started making it, and I feel like I got it functioning on stream, but it felt flimsy. I need to tighten it up. And I need to figure out how they spawn. And new guest activities, I need... Oh, mechanic. Okay, also, a big one, a big one is I need the new hireable chef. The chef hireable. They need to be able to cook meals on restaurant menu, use ingredients from nearby storage, refrigerator. Can your inn attract yahoos that the locals don't like? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But they don't interact. The guests and the townspeople never interact. I wonder if they should. That's so cool. What the hell? Yeah, Aaron, you didn't see that? Mr. Soul Retriever over here. He redeemed a TTS on Pirate Software stream, and that blew my mind. Totally blew my mind. Oh wait, Wardstone, I totally missed it. I had a big plate of hash browns and eggs. Was pretty good. That sounds great. Invite guests to your cozy inn. Cook mine and entertain them. Yeah. There he is, Mr. Retriever. Also hireable. The chef hireable. Are there any other hireables I need? I have someone to man the welcome desk, someone to clean and water crops. Someone cleans the rooms and waters crops. And then, or should that be two separate? Should I have a gardener? And maybe I should make that another one. Maybe separate water or the innkeeper hireable to gardener and innkeeper. Gardener. How do you spell gardener? Jeez. Maybe. I don't know. If I have a gardener, what other tasks could a gardener do besides... I guess they can harvest. Maybe if you have like a chest, they can harvest crops for you also and load them up into the chest. Restaurant. What about restaurant? Restaurant. No, what? We doing haikus? Just finished the clip. You got imposter syndrome? Imposter, we're the real booyah? What do you mean? You think I have imposter syndrome? I might a little. But no, I don't know. I tend to think I have a realistic view of myself. I mean, let's be real for a sec. Let's be real. I've made in 12 years, I've made $200 profit from game dev. That's not good. So sure, I can like whip up a game, maybe. And it took me 12 whole years to make something like this. Like 12 years of just experience and whatnot. And I don't have a product yet. I didn't finish it. I know it's a decent product. I know people like it. I know I like it. But it's unproven. It's unproven. Everything's unproven. We shall see. My dev stream will be chat yelling at me that I've misspelled received. Did I misspell receive? Hella Skrilla, yeah. I've made more money streaming this past year than I've made in game dev. You totally deserve all the... The hard work shows. Thank you. Thank you, Wardstone. I will accept compliments better in the future. I already have roofs, but I need to make the roof customization better. Let's say 5 kinds of roofs. Roofs? Roofs. What is the plural of roof? Roofs. It seems like a Looney Tunes sketch. 2 utes. 2 what? Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. 2 youths. Roofs. Is it? No. No, it's roofs. Also, if anyone can tell me the quote I just quoted, you get 10 channel points. It's actually 1 roof, 2 reef, like geese. 2 reef. Specific activity animations. Just everything. Just everything. Zones. Alternative cave biomes. Mountain trail. Mountain peak. I went to a ski lodge here in Nagano, and you know, it's middle of summer, 90 degrees. Obviously, there's no skiing, but you can still take the gondola up. And they have a really nice overlook with a pretty garden. And I was heavily inspired. I was like, all I wanted to do was immediately go home and start designing this new zone where you take the there's going to be a gondola. You got to fix the gondola. Of course you have to fix the gondola. And then you can go up to this area and maybe there'll be an NPC up there. Some mountain dweller. Merkushev. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry for butchering your name. And yeah, how are you? But yeah, there'll be winter activities and summer activities, and it's going to be great. It's going to be great. What are other mechanics that I have to work on? The chef thing I feel like should be a little, well, it should be straightforward. It should be straightforward. Oh yeah, hotspots. I need way more hotspots. And what does that count as? That's like assets, right? Is that assets or zones? Or mechanics? I don't know. It's like a mixture of all. Like hotspots are a mechanic that go in zones that require assets. This is why I hate breaking this stuff out. Sometimes I just don't know where to put stuff. I'm going to put it in zones. Because it's like zones environment. More hotspots with an A. Oh, I can't wait to go to dinner tonight. We have reservations at a yakiniku restaurant. I'm very excited to try. I've been very excited to try it. Maybe let me look through all my UI. I feel like if I just look at it for 2 seconds, I'll realize 500 things that need to be updated. Or at least in the pause menu. I mean, this is kind of fine. It's just squares. Whatever. Is it the same restaurant where they kept bouncing you? No. Oh, that restaurant. Okay. Update to that. Update to that story. We found it on the, like the reservation, the main site used for making reservations here. And we made a reservation and we went and it was great. And they were turning people away left and right. Like they really are that popular. And we tried making a reservation day of. No. Tried making a reservation for the next night. No. Full. You had to make a reservation 2 days in advance. So the fact that they were kicking us out every time, not good. On the flip side to that, we went to a bar last night. We walked to a nice neighborhood, adjacent neighbor to us. We got this nice sushi, and we were having fun. We had some sake. We're like, oh, let's stay out. Let's go to a bar. And we passed a nice bar on the way to the restaurant. We're like, let's try that bar we passed. It looked really cool. It was like this interesting looking basement cocktail place. We go down. The bar was mostly empty. There was like 5 or 6 seats at the bar. There was 2 free tables behind us. There was like room for 10 people. So we sit down. Everything's fine. And then it gets a little busy. Not that busy, but all the bar seats fill up. There's like 1 free bar seat. So if a party of 2 comes in, obviously they can't sit down. All the bar seats fill up, but the tables are empty behind us. And there's enough room for 6 people at the tables. And then these like foreigners come in, and the bartender looks at them and he's like, nah, sold out, booked. We're booked. But the assistant to the bartender said, oh, come on in. And then they shot a look at each other. And then the bartender was like, okay, yeah, come in, whatever. So they let the foreigner sit. And then 2 people leave the bar. And then a couple of locals come. They sit down at the bar, totally fine, filling up the seat. And then 2 more foreigners come in, and there's an empty table behind us. And again, sold out. Can't come in. And the assistant didn't say anything. So the second group of foreigners got kicked out, even though they kind of both got kicked out. And we're sitting there like, I don't know. I mean, obviously these aren't reservations, no one's making a reservation at this place. The bartender's just making like a judgment call when people walk in, like, do I want to seat them right now? And it's possible, like, yeah, it was busy at the moment and he didn't want to serve them. But it's also possible that, you want to serve locals first. It gets complicated. That got complicated. But we had a good time. And we tried to speak as much Japanese as we could. I think that helps. All right. So the inventory. What does this need? What do I need to add to the inventory? I don't know. This has always kind of been fine. Also, what is this? This is dirty laundry. I don't need this. What's your Duolingo League? I've been dropped. I was in Diamond for a while, like at the top one, but I stopped using it for an hour a day, and now I only do it like 10 minutes a day. So I've dropped down like really bad. Focus, damn it, computer. I'm sorry. My streak, though, is at a year. Over a year now. Finally. Should I do it so that you can, like, click out here to drop stuff? Atrum, good morning. Is Europe waking up now? How are you? I'm good. How are you? Inspect. It's actually not inspect. It's like take. Europe is awake, Kilika. Hells yeah. How you doing, Kilika? It's almost 10. All right. So you should have been awake for a while. Wait, what is this? On player interaction. Null ref. Why? Creator inventory. What's up with that? I mean, I know you're awake, computer. 8:30 here, getting ready to start work. Oh no. The US has off tomorrow. Wait a minute. Yeah. Splinter, why are you still awake? Oh god. Everything's breaking. John Terp, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Why is this not loading properly? Do it right. Hating Unity, but I'm still using it. It happens. What's the matter? What is your Unity plight at the moment? Maybe we can help. Line 32. Gift equals gift. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. If there is no content, don't do it. Can't dev with it, can't dev without it. Oh, sorry for the ads. It's funny, like, my instinct is always to apologize for ads. And the only people who can hear that apology are the people who don't get ads. What an empty apology. And every streamer does it too. Sorry for the ads. No one that you're apologizing to has any idea what you're saying. Atrum. We don't judge. We don't judge like that. Animations? Yeah, animations could be tricky, I feel like. Because you can't. I mean, animating itself is its own skill, you know? It's like its own job. And working the animators, it's very unique. It's a very unique issue. Like, are you having issues with the craft of animating or of like hooking up your animator state machine? So I have to check if inventory is empty. Because if it's not, or yeah, if it's empty, we get out of here. We return true. Is that what I want to do? Return true? I feel like I want to return false for some reason. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, posture check is out of stock. Cease this black magic. Oh, I'm not even leaning that much. I think it's a bad camera angle. I'm gonna blame the camera angle and say my posture is perfect. All right, no more error. Oh yeah, this whole point was I was gonna look at the pause menu to see what kind of UI upgrades I need to make. I feel like the in management or the in display, like this can use an overhaul. Also, do I not have a save file with stuff in it? I guess not. No, not that. Yeah, that. This makes me happy. I can watch this one all day. Oh, this photos. Yeah, this photos thing. So this is like every photo in the game. This is no good. What this probably should be is like a collections menu. I think this needs to be a collections menu. It should show you photos taken, hotspots discovered, items discovered. It should kind of be like the collections. Ooh, you know we should look at the UI game UI database. It got an update 2.0. Collection. Collection counters, collection and extras hub. These are not collections. I mean, kinda. That's not good. Mario Rabbids. What's this one? I feel like I'm not calling it the correct thing. Making those keyframes, animation through Unity. I tried to do some character movements and it looks so stupid. Yeah, doing character animation in Unity is impossible. You need like a 3D package with a rig and a control rig. You can't do character animation within Unity. I wouldn't even try. I wouldn't even try. What's another word for what I'm thinking? Like, what's the Stardew Valley collection screen? It's this. It's this thing. View image. So this has tabs for all of your different categories, and it very simply shows you all the things you can collect. I might boot up Stardew for a sec just to see it in action. It's like the one game I can run on this Mac. Anyone out there played Fields of Mysteria? I hear wonderful things. I'm very curious to give it a shot. I don't think I can play it though. Making animations inside of Unity isn't really great. Usually use Blender or Maya or dedicated software, yeah. I mean, you can do simple stuff. You can do like mechanical animations. You can do like certain flair, but you can't do characters. Borrow? What do you mean borrow? Oh, because it's on my other account. From the... Can I do that? Request act. Request failed. Buy it instead. All right, I guess I'll sign out. Confirm. It's funny that it's in my library, though. I didn't think it was on my other account. It's installing. Oh, that was fast. There we go. Let's just look at it for a sec, you know? Oh, I didn't even know it did that. Do I even have saved games? I don't even know. I do. I like how there's a whole slider just for footstep volume. I'll probably need to do that too. So the collections. It's literally so right. And the only way to collect something is to sell it. I never liked that. What if you didn't want to sell it? Like, why isn't discovering it the thing? It's got achievements, letters. I actually didn't know you can go back and view these letters. So I would have something like, oh wait, items shipped, fish, farm and forage. So this first category is called items shipped. Does that mean this doesn't have to be shipped? This is just discovered? Maybe. Ohio, Munez. Munez, how you doing? We missed you yesterday? What was yesterday? I never stream on Sunday. I realized, so on sometimes I'll do a Saturday morning, and I purposefully didn't. And I did a lot of like background work, contacting streamers and email, catching up on emails, and doing some social media content. And I realized like that's the perfect thing I could be doing on a Saturday morning. So I'm not gonna do Saturday mornings anymore. Oh, you're yeah. I was at a restaurant when I got that message. I like how these grow a little when you mouse over them. All right. So I'm basically gonna do the same thing. I need to convert the photograph tab into the collections tab. Munez, currently I am planning out the year of work that I have ahead of me. Also, shout out to Munez. Um, convert photograph menu to full collectibles menu. Watashi wa nemui yo. Nemui desu ka? Nemasu. Anata nette. Ima. I don't know how to say take a nap. Also, is nette go to sleep? Nemas is like I will go to bed. But I don't know if the te form of nemas is nette. Norimasho? Is nori Norimasho? Let's no. What is nori? Yo, BC math. Yeah, Final Fantasy 7. I might be quite wrong. If I say go to bed, go to sleep. Yeah, Neru. Go to sleep, please. Nette kudasai. I was right. It is nette. Yeah, the sewer music. Or this is the wall market, the whole wall market. Isn't it? The song is called Oppressed People. I've been up for 2 hours, gotta work, so can't nap. Do you drink coffee? I find that a cup of coffee in the morning really gets me going. Norimas. I think no, Torimas? I don't know what Norimas is. You just took a caffeine pill. Well, there you go. I need more zones. I need more biomes. But I don't want to just copy and just have like a desert area that you can take a bus to. I'm not doing that. I got to be more creative. I got to think creatively about how I can infuse another biome. What is another kind of biome I can have? What would be cool is like an Iceland type biome where it's just like craggy rock. Maybe it's like a whole quarry zone with glaciers. Tundra, yeah. Exactly. Maybe there's like maybe there's a glacier you can explore, and there's some like special mechanics on how to explore it. I think that's really what my mountain trail is going to be. The mountain trail is going to be kind of like the Lost Forest, where it's a little bit of a maze and it changes every time, and you have to figure out the puzzle to continue up the trail. Maybe. Is Alpine an MMO or multiplayer? No, it's single player. One 100% MMO. Yeah. I am not experienced enough to do that. Standard Pointer, how's it going? Trying to think about what exactly chapter 3 means. You got to have a third act, right? Good. What about you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We're having a good chill time trying to figure out the year-long checklist. This is my year checklist. I got my poor Chromebook to display 5,000 Wimple wireframe sprites in JavaScript. Then I tried to make it online, and wow, what is a Wimple wireframe sprite? That sounds silly. Oh, simple. I was like, is that some weird thing I've never heard of? 5,000 sprites, that sounds like too many sprites. It's kind of funny how I remember when I made my first game, it was a 2D game, and I had more performance issues making that 2D game than I ever had making this 3D game. Like having like too many sprites overlapping that had alpha cutout was causing issues. My sprites being too big was causing issues. My sprites being too small were causing issues. Like, oh my god. Making a 2D game was so annoying. First problem was using JavaScript. I love JavaScript, I'm sorry. 2D has huge redraw issues in a lot of games. Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, that was the issue I was having. Now, you don't need to apologize for liking JavaScript. You can like anything you want. There's no judgment here, except a little bit from Atrum, but he's generally nice. I'm one of those that believes JavaScript was a mistake. Oh, right, the friendship mechanic. I need to work on improve friendship reward mechanics. Be a man, code in C. Get out of here. Get out of here. I need to also improve the guest relationship mechanics. So you can get friendship with with NPCs and guests, but there's no true reason or balance yet. This actually should go into the economy. It's vaguely part of the economy. If you're gaining points in a system, that's economical, right? I have decided I require sausage vitamins. I'll return once the issue is rectified. Military sausage. Oh, you're making me hungry. It's only 5 o'clock. Dinner's at 7. Wait, I gotta confirm when dinner is. Can I get your reaction for my current engine? JW, if you still do that. Wait, what? What's JW? And if you're if you have something to share, this is a sharing community, so please, if anyone has anything to share, feel free. Oh, just wondering. Yeah. Let's check it out. What is this? So this is made with JavaScript? Movement, a WASD. Wait, what's happening? C cures sludge. And so, what's SOW? Is that Spirit of the Wolf? Is that an EverQuest reference? B toggles players. I don't know what I'm looking at. Wait, it really is? Also, it's moving on its own. Is that supposed to happen? Oh, it looks like it. Iced? Press C to stop that? Oh, cured. Oh, I see. So this is like, you made like a 3D world. Wait a minute. Is this a faux 3D world? Is this all sprites in 2D space to look like forced perspective? Because if so, you're a mad person. What is the phrase? A mad lad? Sludged. Cured. Normal. Sludged. Cured. What do you mean, nah? So then this is 3D space. Wait, I went through it. It didn't hurt me. Teleport. Spirit of the Wolf. You're not mad? How do I get back down there? Toggles players. So you're making an MMO? Like, is this your MMO? You got multiple players with spells and buffs. Iced. I see. So I'm slipping around. This is crazy. So what are your plans with this? Teleport. How do I get back down? Oh, there we go. Thank you for sharing. Feel free to tell us where you're going with that. Wireframe MMO? That's interesting. If you want to head into game dev, I think you could like Godot GD script. Yeah. I mean, I would also tend to guide people toward a game engine. It's amazing what you can accomplish when so many things are already accomplished for you. Can't select these anymore. You really want to make a pure JS MMO? Did you give yourself a deadline? No space in inventory. Tuesday. You're almost there. All right, I got my work cut out for me, don't I? Some of this stuff is hard to do on stream. Like new zone design, asset creation, making mechanics. That's easy. Story development? I don't know how I'm going to do that on stream. I mean, I guess I could just like pop open Miro and do whatever. Red Light, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? One thing I definitely can't do is write dialogue, which is interesting because so story development, what do we even mean by that? I feel like it's designing the flow and the emotional journey, but that's not writing the dialogue. I feel like I need a month to write the dialogue. And also the dialogue will kind of come from wherever the story is. I'll just write it on the fly. It's not a good idea to do that though. Dialogue writing. Ugh. Maybe I'll fit it in here. I mean, it is kind of the same thing. How many downloads of the demo do you have so far? So far, we are at 1,069. Are you kidding me? Let me refresh that. It can't be right. Yeah, 1,069. Funny number download. 2,700 people added it to their library, but only 1,069 have played it. ML Jesus! Yo, how's it going? Oh, I'm beat. Not gonna lie to you. I am beat now. Kind of exhausted. I don't know how you youngins stream for 10 hours. Yeah, it's been 3 hours. I'm like exhausted. I'm starving. I'm dizzy. Maybe I just need more caffeine. So what exactly are these chapters, huh? Learning characters, ramping up story, filling out the community center, but the NPCs are in a different room. So like, for example, restoring Carlos's hardware store to full inventory. I don't know, maybe even helping cure him. I mean, each one is about improving improving Melissa's diner. So This feels controversial. Like, she has a roadside diner. And in my mind, it was like, oh, maybe she'll upgrade it to be this fancy restaurant. But maybe that's not what a small town needs. Maybe it should stay a roadside diner. What can the natural progression of improving Melissa's diner be that isn't like turning it into a fancy restaurant? Maybe the diner always stays, and maybe in the back of the diner, she opens up her fancy restaurant. So there's both. They take breaks. That's a good point. When's our next ad break? Next ad break's in 5 minutes. I'm going to take a break in 5 minutes. So improving Melissa's diner. Maybe I'll take some inspiration from real life. There's this pizza place in Brooklyn, very popular pizza place, and in the back of the pizza place was a 12-seat, 2 Michelin star restaurant, or maybe it was 1 Michelin star, whatever. But it was like this incredible place, and maybe that's like the goal. Maybe that's what Melissa's going for. Maybe opening up a super fancy Michelin star restaurant in the back of her restaurant. It has to be a personal thing. The restaurant doesn't have to change. Maybe the food that she makes can mend a personal relationship for her, and your inn can bring the person back to Alpine Lake. Doesn't have to be. No, I see where you're going there. Maybe it's some like self-fulfillment. Yeah, maybe it is just changing the menu. More of a personal growth for her. Because she's like this classically trained chef. She's not French, but she trained in France. And maybe it's just about updating her menu to have like these diner French, like if you take fine French food and diner food and you fuse it, diner French fusion. Maybe helping develop her diner French fusion style, which attracts tourists. Okay, I actually like this a lot now. Maybe Melissa has a mom that doesn't live in Alpine Lake and they haven't talked, and her mom comes back to see what she's making and it heals them. That's a nice little story. I like that. Has mom that comes to check up. Estranged. How do you spell estranged? Estranged. It's estranged. Has a strange mom that comes to check up her. I like this. Okay. Who else we got? We got Jeff. Jeff is the community center. No, he's not the community center. He's the park ranger. And the park is being downgraded to not be a park anymore, to not be a national park, not be a state park. It's just gonna be nothing. So Jeff, you need to help Jeff restore the park's status to its park. It's like national park status, right? Rootski, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Kind of like a Ratatouille moment where her classically trained mom chef finds a certain passion in Melissa's normie food. Oh, you think the mom is like super fancy? I was thinking that the mom would be more like hometown diner appreciator. I'm not. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but not appreciative of the fancy food. Like, what are you doing messing around with all that fancy food, Melissa? And then the mom comes to town and tries the fusion, and she sees what could be amazing French food. Mom wanted Melissa to follow in her footsteps, maybe. I don't know. I see it as like, what happened to you? You left us and you tried to be this fancy girl and you forgot all about us. When you said that, that's where my mind went. I smell what you're stepping in. Where the music stopped. Let's do some Zelda. Let's do some Zelda. I honestly like both of those. We're just gonna leave it at that. Relationship being mended with food. The moral of the story is food cures all. Nintendo writing their angry letter. What do you mean? Add her dad too, and it could be both options. Oh shit, you're right. It could be both. Maybe they're divorced and the fusion food brings the parents back together. Ad break. All right, I'm going to take a break. Okay, we back. I have a question for my friends in the United States. Actually, I have a question for my friends literally everywhere. But this is a US question. So, they have Doritos here, right? This is toasted corn flavored Dorito. Is this a thing in the US? I don't remember it being a thing. I remember Cool Ranch, Nacho, a spicy one, and that's it. This is literally a tortilla. It's just corn and salt. Can anyone confirm or deny whether these existed in the US? Because I don't remember. That's not a thing. That's just a tortilla chip. Exactly. Exactly. You never tried those? Had some spicy ones in Japan? They killed me off. I use Cool Ranch Dorito as an adjective. Right. Yeah, when I saw it here, when I saw this here, I'm like, am I crazy or is that does that exist in the US? And yo, it's impossible to find tortilla chips here. These are the only regular tortilla chips you can find. So I've actually been obsessed with them because they are like extra salty, extra flavorful. So they've been my favorite Dorito. It's basically a plain ass corn tortilla is my favorite flavored Dorito. Ameripan! I gotta go to Costco. Ugh, do I? We have lightly salted Doritos in the UK, which are basically that. Okay, that's probably, yeah, it's probably the same thing. Has anyone ever had Canadian ketchup flavored chips? I've never heard of that. That's competing in a saturated market here. Yeah, I don't think there's just so many tortilla chips in the US, like actual good ones. Doritos, I don't think Doritos would stand a chance. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Meripon, yokoso. Genki desu ka? Well, this is fun. I like thinking about the characters and their stories. It's a good exercise. So Jeff. Jeff, help Jeff catalog the Alpine Trail or the Alpine Trail? What did I call it? I don't remember. You're gonna play some Alpine Lake, Ameripon. Let's go. Did wishlist numbers update? No. Not yet. So what is the process of helping Jeff catalog? Photographing. Exploring. Photographing everything. Exploring zones and fixing things. I did want a mechanic of like installing ropes along the paths. And when you install ropes along the paths, it helps the forest grow better because it keeps tourists on the paths. What do you call a game dev cow? Moo ya grandma. Roiku, how's it going? You think I'm a cow? I am a cow. That was my last tweet. Is how cow-like I am. Basically, it was this. Me, why have I gained so much weight since I moved to Tokyo? I walk so much. Also me. Disclaimer, not all this candy is for me. We're sending some. We're sending most of this to friends in the US. And then this is my favorite lunch. There's a katsu in there. There's a katsu under there. You went down crazy Kit Kat route. Yeah, we went to Don Quixote and just bought everything. Also, this thing, kakigori. Oh my god. You know how many kakigoris I've had in the past month? I have too many. I don't think I want it anymore. Can't see the food from under all that grease. That's egg. This is egg. Like a runny, half raw, half cooked egg. And then this thing. This thing is cheese. It's Korean kalbi covered in cheese with cheese fondue. Is that even kakigori anymore? What's on top? This is a giant dollop of matcha cream. And inside the sphere is a smaller sphere of matcha cream. It was crazy with like pistachios and extra syrup. So good. Korean food is the best. I love Korean food. The Korean food here is really good. It's legit. Does the ball hold together as you eat it, or does it fall apart? It mostly holds together because it's like shaved ice, and the ice kind of holds on to each other. But if you take too long to eat it, it does melt and kind of fall to the sides. So I'm sizzling. There was another one I had. Let me see if I can find it. It's funny though, because it's only good when it's like 95 degrees out. Because it was 87 degrees. Still pretty hot, but it wasn't sunny out, and we got it, and it was not appetizing. Like, you only ever want a ball of ice when you're literally melting. Also, Royku looks like too much egg. I love that dish. It's so good. I think katsudon is like my favorite dish here. All right, where's the last kakigori I had? Let me find it. Did I not take a photo? No, I definitely took a photo of it. Maybe I didn't. I did not take a photo of it. That's sad. All right, back to this. Back to this. Help Jeff catalog the Alpine Trail. I actually wrote some of these down already. Let me bring them up. Miro. The Alpine Trail Regional Forest. Okay. Restoring and popularizing the forest will upgrade its status from regional forest to national forest. A state-of-the-art visitor center and campground will help. That's right, the campground. I forgot about the campground. I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm starving. I like talking about food. Open a cafe. Provide gear Provide camping gear, restoring the biomes to their final state, decorating campgrounds, unlocking all parks hotspots. Yeah, I already made this list. So what did I actually have Melissa's Diner? Restore Melissa's restaurant to be revived. Hard to get seasonal ingredients, new recipes, craft serving ware, cooking implements, tablecloths, fresh flowers, and bring customers. So yeah, I like what we talked about. I like the story aspect. I think it'll help. Businesses. So Carlos, what did I say? Hard to get building resources, cleared and prepped property locations, guests who want to move in. This might have to change. I'm not doing this anymore. I was thinking about having a mechanic where you can build houses in town. So it's basically the same building mechanics, but you can build houses in town for people to move in and live in. So then you can theoretically design everyone's house, but it was too much. It was too much. Oh, these I just duplicated. I didn't even come up with one for Vic. I duplicated Oriel's. Oriel's store needs crafted furniture and decorations to sell. I don't think so. I don't know how we're going to help Oriel with an antique store. How are we going to help Oriel with his antique store? Maybe it's about like certain guests. Maybe it's just about providing guests. Maybe he needs a provider. Maybe he needs like a furniture provider. The pacifist, how's it going? Have them stay at the inn while their house is getting built, then collude with the builder to delay it and get money. That's ridiculous. So for Eugene, he's the head of the town council. I wanted to have purely money based unlocks that like unlock different festivals. Like I actually wanted fishing and water activities to be an unlock. So like you have to buy the license to fish and do water based activities. Unlock a holiday market festival. Unlock concerts, an ice cream social, a block party, wine tasting, fireworks, outdoor movie theater. And the farmers market weekly events. So the farmers market is like my prototype of this system where the farmers market shows up once a week or a few times a week. And I do have all that empty space. Oh, that's actually perfect. So in the town, I'm wondering if so right now the farmers market is like this it's like this wart in the middle of town square. But I have all this space over here. I'm wondering if this should be like the community space. And this is where the farmers market shows up. And this is where maybe an outdoor concert can play and an outdoor movie theater and whatever the hell these other things are. Just these different festivals. They can all take place in this area. Maybe I make the town square a little smaller. And this is kind of an area that gets built up over time to support all these different events. Maybe this is what Carlos builds with the help of Eugene. Maybe Carlos and Eugene's quest line is the same. Maybe they work together. Hmm. Back, what did I miss? Are we setting up market for buying and selling farmers in In keeping with the cannibalism theme. Kinda. Kinda. I feel like I'm inching towards like an elegant solution for some of these progression systems. Because if I don't put anything in the town square, it's too big. Like the camera's here, and it's just too big. It doesn't need to be this big. I can move everything over here. All right, well, I'll write it down. I'll write it down. Possibly. Combine Carlos's storyline with Eugene's to help build event spaces in the empty lot to attract guests and provide entertainment. Okay. This leads me to one of the biggest mechanics that is missing from Alpine Lake that is so important in these kinds of games. So important. So can anybody guess what it is? Let's play Hangman. You ready? We're going to play Hangman to guess the feature that I'm missing. Dark mode. Get out of here. What is this? Any tips? We're gonna, so I have to see if I'm spelling it correctly. This is correct. This is correct. Okay. Okay. You gotta call. Who doesn't know how to play Hangman? You gotta call out one letter. Only one of you call out one letter. Let's hear it. What mechanic is E? You both called out E. That's amazing. Can you all right? Can you both call out the next letter? Nope. No D. No D in this word. I'm surprised this is working. No C. No U. No M. This is fantastic, by the way. Also, how do I change the thickness of this brush? Festivals! He did it! Festivals. I have to make festivals. Festivus for the rest of us. Yeah, Jesus takes it. I wish I can reward you with channel points. can't have festivals without a good hanging. Jesus Christ. No, that's horrible. Hangman. Well, you saved him. You saved him. Thank you for the hydrate. Add player name to the game. Jesus. Yeah. I'm gonna do it. Jesus. It's in. All right. I gotta make festivals. They're a big deal. They're a big deal in life sim games. Festivals. That might be the biggest deal. That might be the first thing I work on. Maybe every stream, what I do is I spend the first hour and a half doing logistical planning. And then the second half, I do work. Like I make something. Festivals is got to be the top thing. I need at least one per season, you know? I don't need 100 festivals. I might need 4. I think I need four festivals. And the third half is Hangman. That was kind of fun. I'm surprised you guys didn't spam letters. We should add all those fake names from Japanese sports games. Shez Brontley. That's pretty funny, actually. So essentially, what you're doing with Carlos and Eugene, it could be to unlock the festival of the following season or of like the end of the season. Like maybe what you're working toward is getting the festival up and running by the end of the season. You have 28 days to, I don't know, to do that. We have a local event now on Thursday night. They closed down the street and lots of stands, stuff to do, etc. I'm always grumpy. I'm always grumpy old man because it's a lot of activity outside my balcony. Atrum, you gotta go join them. Go join the fun. Don't be such a party pooper. It's sometimes it's hard to fight the grumpy old man feeling. I get it too. Oh man, oh my god, I was so mad. So I used to live in Brooklyn, and my building, I lived on the top floor. There were two apartments on the top floors. Our apartment and the apartment next to us. We both had roof access. It wasn't public roof access to the whole building. We each had our own private roof space. The roof was cut in half. We had half the roof, and the other apartment had their half of the roof. And our neighbor for like a year moved out, and a couple of kids moved in. Like we were in our early 30s. Late 20s, early 30s. I think we lived in that place until we were 31. And a couple of kids moved in, and they must have been like in their early 20s, like 22, 23, whatever. And they would throw rooftop parties and like stomp around on the roof, and they would like sit on the fence, and they'd spill into our side of the roof, and I was grumpy old man number 1. Oh my god. One time they got on like to get onto the roof, there was a spiral staircase. I know it sounds fancy, it really wasn't. There was a spiral staircase up to this landing area, and then there was a door out to the roof. And that landing area was like a little tiny build. It was like a little tiny building on the roof. It was like a whole story. And so I went up there once, and the kids were like stomping around and sitting on that, and I like lost my shit, and I was total grumpy old man. Like it was it was bad. Even my wife was like, "Do you know what you just did? You just turned into like a 70-year-old man." I'm like, "I know. I can't help it." I was like, "They're gonna hurt themselves." Wait, that could be stressful for a cozy game. Maybe you're just upgrading the festival so more activities are playable at it. Jesus, that's a good one. Maybe the festival, it is what it is, and you can help make it better. That's great. That is a great idea. Uh, possibly the festivals are always going to happen, but you always going to happen, but you can make upgrades. I like that idea. Maybe could join this time so my puppy can get used to more people. That's a good place for a puppy to get used to people. Although bringing my dog around like food festivals was always the worst. She turned into a vacuum cleaner. It was horrible. Nothing triggers me like thumping bass beats. Where I used to live had rock concerts, construction vehicles, truck deliveries, motorcycle gangs, drunks on every night of the week, school children, probably anything else you can imagine. Yeah, that's kind of like living in Brooklyn. Though that is not okay. Zero respect kids are awful. Should have. Oh, jeez. No. Age from damn school children in their motorcycle gang rock concerts. Notably, there were also handicapped people making sudden scary screams. Oh, jeez. You had it all. All right. I like this festivals idea. The festivals is going to really add a lot of personality to the game. It's missing it's just missing a driving force, like something behind you going, do better, play better, grow. Uh, so these like adding upgrades to the festival coming up, that could be really fun. And should the festivals be optional? In Stardew Valley, they are missable. You can actually miss the festival. Is it a faux pas to literally pause time on the day of a festival and force you to go there? Like, like let's say you wake up at your inn and you go down to the forest. The zone's just like, you got to go to the festival, and time is paused. If you get into bed, you got to go to the festival. Do you think that's wrong? Do you think there's like a taboo against forcing the player to do that in a life sim game? Let me know what you think, because I feel like it's fine. It's like the idea that there's a whole event that's skippable and missable seems weird to me. If you play a game, most things are linear. You have to do X to get to Y. So why do I feel weird about forcing the player to go to a festival? I missed half your question messing with my audio. So you know how in Stardew Valley the festivals are optional. And I feel like everyone's kind of followed that. When I play My Time in Portia, Everything, the festivals are optional. You don't have to go to them. You can skip them completely, which I normally did. I actually hated the festivals in my time in Porsche. I found them like not fun, and I don't know, something about them, and I just did not like them. So I skipped them every time. Would it be wrong to force the player to go to the festival? I'd mostly force it, but let them have an out by going to bed. I mean, what if you force them, but then you don't really, but then they can leave immediately? Like you force them to go to it and trigger it, but if they leave, they leave, and it's done. I think whenever you deviate strongly from the core loop, it's a good idea to make the activity optional. I mean, theoretically, it's deviating from the core loop, but in a way, it's part of the story. It's part of the core story that I'm trying to tell. Like I want you to go to the festival to learn more about the story. I don't know. I need to play more live sim games to see if they force it. I honestly haven't played that many. I've played Harvest Moon, I've played Stardew Valley, I've played My Time in Porsche. I tried playing a couple of really bad ones. Ooh, there's some really bad ones, but I stopped immediately. Like I feel like I played some like cash grabby ones. If it's important to the story, you can just add a fallback like a letter in the mail. Yeah. Force engagement with an easy out once the main parts are done. That's an interesting one too. I like the idea of like force them to go to the festival. Have the opening cutscene of the festival tell you the story beats and let you leave immediately. And that's all it is. It's just a cutscene. And anything that you learn in the festival could theoretically be optional. Added fluff, learning about the characters, gaining friendship with the characters. That's all side stuff. You don't have to do any of that. I think that's a good compromise. I already port you back to your inn when the day is up. So it's not a big deal to just like turn off all zones and just pause time. Got AFK. Military, you do you. I think we're on to something. I think this is good, like this is good structural. This is a good structural conversation. I really enjoy everyone who's like had an opinion. I very much appreciate it. So the idea of festivals. Force player to visit festival. Or like the life cycle of a festival. Force player to visit. Cutscene introducing festival and providing some necessary story beat. Let player explore and optionally leave immediately. If there is more information that they need, what Military was saying actually makes sense. Send letter in the mail for any remaining information not gathered at the festival. So maybe there's a quest you get at the festival from a character and it's like a nice moment, but if you don't go, they just kind of send you a letter in the mail saying, hey, I missed you at the festival. Can you do this for me? Something like that. You can make fun and different activities in the festival and give extra rewards to the player to be good incentive for participating in the festival. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think you know Stardew is a perfect example. Every one of those festivals provides you with something worth at least doing the first time. I think on year 2, year 3, if you're still playing, you might skip some of the festivals. What? Sninko! Sninko, you sly dog! Raiding in here. I wasn't even looking. Hypnotic Games, yo! Yasma Boo! Yo, welcome in, Raiders. How you doing, Sninko? How's your stream? Shout out to Sninko. Raiders, welcome in. Welcome in. If you don't know who I am, my name is Andrew. I work on a game called Alpine Lake. It is an Innkeeper-Sim life sim game. The demo came out 2.5 weeks ago. Demo. Was a good stream, plenty of code refactored over and read a solid article. What did you read? What did you read about? That gamer. How's it going? Welcome back. I'm a raider now. You're a raider now. That gamer, you always manage to get back here on a raid. Just like the other day. Oh, ad break. Are you kidding me? Snicko, let me know if you can hear me. I never left. Double tab and yeah, I get that. Yeah, been there. The fascinating fangirl, how's it going? Yeah. Sorry about the ads. I'll wait for them to be over before we continue our conversation. It was relating to being in review limbo with content creators, videos streamed, and ways to overcome. What does that mean? Cozy Game Developer, I love Cozy. Fascinating fangirl. You're in the perfect place then. You know what's funny is that when I first, so Cozy Game Dev, when I first made that stream title, I wasn't really saying that this was a cozy stream. I was just saying, like, cozy game. Like, I'm making a cozy game. Not necessarily that this is a cozy game dev stream. It's like a cozy game dev stream. But I think we've taken on both definitions of that. Yeah, that's what people say. People think it's cozy in here. I don't know. Review limbo being when you reach out to streamers of games, reviewers of games to make content, and being in the limbo of not getting a yes or no as to whether they will check your game out. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I've reached out to at least 40 streamers. I've gotten like 5 responses. I actually don't even consider like a response. What I'm saying is I'm not even waiting for their responses. You know, some will, some won't. A few of them have made videos without even telling me. Like I emailed them, I see a video pop up, and that's it. Like that was that. Like they didn't tell me, they didn't share it with me. It's like a nice video, sure, but it's kind of funny. I don't even know what to think of it. But yeah, welcome back. Welcome in from the ads. Let me play the trailer. Sninko, you know the drill. If you have anything you want to share, please drop links. I want to see what you've been up to. But yeah, this is the game. This is the game I'm working on. The demo dropped 2.5 weeks ago. I'm still riding high on it. Very excited. Things are good. The demo is being received in my favor. I really should make a Steam page. I'll push it up the priority list. Yeah, you definitely push it up the priority list. Man, this sometimes this trailer makes me cringe. It's got so many old assets in it. The game looks so different. I'm ashamed of myself for not making a new trailer. I feel like I dropped the ball. Whatever, it's just another thing to celebrate later when I update the trailer. All right. That's what we're working on. Feel free to give it a wish list if you would be so kind, and play the demo if you'd be so kind. For what it's worth, I think yours still holds up. I think it holds up okay. I feel like a new trailer with the new visuals and my new camera angle tool can just push it over the edge to be like a great trailer instead of like an okay trailer. I feel like I have everything I need to make a good trailer. But I'm just lazy. I just can't. It's just really hard to make a trailer. I just don't have the energy. Anyway, Sninko. Also, tell me about the code you rewrote. So today, what am I working on today? Today, I took a step back today. I took a step back to take a breath from releasing the demo. I did a couple of weeks of work upgrading the demo, doing some bug fixes and some improvements. I have like 9 Booyah tabs open. What did we get? 2 raids? I think we got 2 raids. You can't have more than 3. You just have a lot of meat. I'm making it so you can pick up critters and move them about. So I was bringing over my projectile pickup interactable code. Nice. All indie dev streams lead to Booyah. Nah. I mean, I do feel a little bit like a conduit between the time zones. Like, for the late night folk ending their day here and Europe waking up, I'm definitely like some kind of weird connector. But yeah, so I took a step back today and I started working on a schedule. I started working on a schedule on how to finish this game. I have this whole year planned, and this isn't like the plan. I was just kind of roughly throwing tasks in a calendar to see how long I can spend on these tasks. I did it for the demo. And it was like a 3-month, 4-month schedule, and it worked. It helped me like stick to the task at hand. It didn't help me hit my deadline. Like, I didn't hit my deadline when I made the schedule, but I think without the schedule, I would have gone way over. Like, my demo schedule, actually, I should look at it. Nah, whatever, who cares? I'm pretty sure I scheduled my demo release in June, and it didn't come out until end of August. So I went 2 months over. But definitely looking at it and making me feel guilty about working on stuff that wasn't on the schedule got me back on track. So I'm hoping this does the same thing. There's usually 1 to 2 of us at most around this time. Yeah, it's a weird time. Beegs usually gets going. Mags. Pirate Software. Which is crazy. Like, Pirate Software lives in the west coast of the United States. And he starts now? That's crazy. Oh, Foul. Look what I made. Type in exclamation form or exclamation stream team. Oops. Oh, Steam team. It's supposed to be stream team. I'll fix that. That was amazing. Hypnotic starts at 5 a.m. See that I understand. Wait, Hypnotic, I didn't realize that. You start at 5 a.m. your time? If you're still there, Hypnotic. I used to start at 6 a.m. Like when I was in LA, I started at 6 a.m. So that I can relate to more. Pirate Software, it's what, 5, 4, 3, 2. It's 2 a.m. He's starting at 2 a.m. Usually 5 a.m. to. You do 12 hours? Wait, Hypnotic, you do 12 hours every day? Also, Sninko, don't forget to like share stuff with us. That's crazy. That's a long time. I was just saying like an hour ago how I was getting exhausted and I felt tired and weak and dizzy and hungry. And that was only at 3 hours. Like I'm in overtime right now. 4 hours? This is unheard of. He intentionally chose an undeserved time slot despite of being extremely off for his time zone. Is that true? I mean, what I've learned is that this time zone can be rewarding. It can be. People are watching, even though it's not a lot. People are there. I was a little upset at this time zone when I first started doing it. I felt like I was starting from scratch again with like 3 viewers, but we persevered. Persevered? We persevered. Oh. All right, where's my exclamation mark form? I messed up. Stream team. Submit. Form. But yeah, if anyone is interested in joining a game dev stream team and you stream game dev, that form is for you. You just got to be a very, very nice person. You can't be a jerk. You have to be accepting and wonderful. September, I'm testing out 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Man, that's long. What is your break? What do you do for breaks? Like, how do you eat? How do you take like a 30-minute break? I missed so much chat. I'm sorry. Starts at midnight, goes till noon. Yeah, it's bizarre. Munez. Yeah, Munez. Where are you at? Stream team, huh? Sounds interesting. It does, doesn't it? I'm sad if I do less than 8. Yeah. I'm tired. I aim for 9 to 5, currently 11 to 5. And that gets the American overnight time zone. Yeah, you get the US evening, which is good. It's a good bunch to have. Wondering what would happen if he switched time zones. I don't know. I'm sure I'll get people. You don't take 30-minute breaks? I microwave some food and get back to it. Oh, it's giving me a headache just thinking about it. You got a meal prep for the week in advance? Yo, Tomat. Good morning. What is this about a stream team? This is a public announcement that, Falonier over here started a stream team called the Independent Game Developers Stream Team. and it's open for all game devs who stream. And there's a few rules, but it's not hard to it's not hard to follow those rules and be a good person. It's just not that hard. It's hard for some people, but not for everyone. The bar is low. I would say the bar is just be a good member of your community. That's the bar. I generally make a pasta bake or a pie or something. And a pie? Like a sweet pie? And then eat those throughout the week? It accidentally turned smart when a bunch of folk raid into me. Wait, what? Now I sound dumb. It accidentally turned smart when a bunch of folk raid into me. Haha. Sninko. What am I saying? Hi, yes, you should join it. All should join. The bar is human decency, pretty much. Shepherd's pie or chicken and leek. Ooh, that sounds nice. That sounds nice. So yeah, schedule, which coincides with this is kind of my game design document, which is not great, but I'm trying to link the schedule to my game design document in a list of tasks that I need to accomplish. So I'm filling out this checklist. And then we're talking a little bit about what some character stories could be. Nate the Gibbon. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Sounds like a good time. Yeah, it does sound like a good time. What is this foot thing? What is this foot thing? Golden foot. So I really like where we left off with the festivals thing. This is great. This is a great outline of what to work on. I love it. What are other mechanics that I've failed to make? I feel like I have lists. Excuse me. I feel like I have lists that I'm forgetting where they are. Change log. I was like, I'm gonna be good and do a change log. I never wrote a single thing in it. Oops. I gotta be better. I gotta be better. What are your all your strategies for keeping track of change logs? Because I don't have one. System to-dos. I should also carve out some time to make tools to help develop better. Don't make changes. We need one. I have to remember to write patch notes as I do them. No log needed, yeah. Do it when you do git commits. I commit like once every 2 weeks, so my commit message is always like, I did a bunch of stuff. I usually list the last like 2 things that I did, and then I peter off and I don't remember. So I can't really use git commits. Don't ask me if I'm using LFS. How often do you guys do git commits? Please stop. Yeah, hypnotic. We need one? Exactly. Do we? I don't know. Once a day, usually at the end. Every major stable change. Every change I make is stable. I don't make mistakes. That sentence was a mistake. I never have ever. There you go. For work, quite often. My own project, every other month. Munez gets it. Munez gets it. Stable genius confirmed. My tree is a vertical line. What does that mean? Oh, branches. Oh, yeah, you want to talk branches? I've never branched. I don't know. I've never branched. And even if I did branch, anytime I've ever had to like merge code, like if it says, "Oh, there's a merge conflict. Would you like to go line by line in VM and fix it?" No. What I'm going to do is I'm going to git stash. I'm going to do a git stash and then fix it after. Computer. No, if I know, yeah, if I know I need what I changed, I'll like copy out my changes externally, do a git stash, and apply my changes properly. By com, you'll be missed. Branches aren't super needed as a solo dev. Sneeko, this is it. Like I don't make stuff as tests. And if I do, it's super undoable. Everything I make is modular that attaches on that doesn't really have an effect on the other systems. So if I need to remove something from the game, it's usually like just removing a couple of lines of code to stop throwing the events or take the event system out of the main game scene. Like I don't make giant changes that I need to undo. It's only happened once in the past 4 years that I needed to. The rest of you are fired. You guys are giving me massive anxiety right now. I love it. I'm going to have one for my demo so I don't accidentally deploy the game. Oh, a branch? Yeah. So the thing I did to turn this into demo mode was have a checkbox. Adam C. Eunice! Adam, how's it going? Neat Games, welcome in. Shout out to Adam. Oh my god. Thank you for the raid. Tin Chum, welcome in. Get out while you can. Yeah, I'm making computer very nervous right now. Talking about my Git skills. But Adam, how was your stream? Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you don't know who I am, my name is Andrew. I'm working on this game called Alpine Lake. Let's play the trailer. It's a cozy Innkeeper-Sim. It's a little like Stardew Valley, a little like The Sims. Everyone make sure to follow Adam C. Eunice, legendary indie game dev. Working on Insignia. Tin Chum, thank you for the follow. Robbie Rucci, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, both of you. Yeah, that's what I'm working on here today. Today I'm working on scheduling. The demo for the game released a couple of weeks ago. Demo. Feel free to try it out. Feel free to give it a wish list if you'd be so kind. But you know, since the demo is done, I'm not making any updates to it. I'm trying to take a step back and work on how to finish this damn thing. So, yeah, I'm trying to finish it in a year. I'm trying to give myself 1 year to finish this. I've been working on it for 4 so far, so I'm giving myself 1 more. But yeah, Adam, thank you so much for that raid. I hope you're taking care of yourself, getting dinner, resting. Yeah, 4 years. June of 2020 is when I started, or July 2020 is when I started. And here we are, 2024, September. But it's going well. It's going well. The demo release was good. Now we just gotta do the release grind. We gotta keep the party going. So I kind of laid out all the things I need to make at a very, very generalized top level. And it's kind of enlightening. It's like, oh, okay, cool. So I basically have 1 month. I have 1 month to do each of these tasks, you know? Because these technically can't, I mean, they can overlap. It just means I have to cut the time I work on them in half. So seeing the amount of work laid out like this, especially, this is not my full-time job. This is my side job. So I don't do 10-hour days on this. I only get to work on this game 3 hours a day, max 4 hours a day. Not much. But yeah, it's basically to keep me in scope. I need to keep myself in scope. And hit the ground running, absolutely sprinting for 1 year. Maybe something will happen and we'll get some funding and we'll get to bring on some help. If I can get funding, which of these would be outsourced? Definitely the asset creation. The animation, I would outsource animation. And the UI, I would outsource those 3 things. And that would buy me a lot of time. Oh, and audio, duh. So music, well, so I have a friend making music. And, you know, funding for me would just, you know, provide compensation for the music that I'm getting. Well, it would provide better compensation. Much better. But yeah, that would be what I'd have to outsource. That would be nice. Anyway, so right now I'm filling in the more granular stuff now. Where'd it go? The road to release. So I've got these major not milestones, but major categories that I'm trying to fill in the little things. And we were just talking about festivals. There's a major mechanic in the game that isn't there, and it's festivals. And if anyone's played Stardew Valley or any of, you know, these life sim games, they have festivals, and they're usually optional. So what's the best way to implement them? Pipochi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It'll be your full-time job once you release. No. We can't assume that. We can't assume that. It always takes longer than expected. Yeah, you're right. I know. Because I did this for the demo release. I did like a 5-month scheduled sprint, and I went 2 months over. So imagine how a 1 year sprint's, imagine how over a 1 year sprint's going to go. It's possible it's going to be like a 6-month overage. But it's a good thing, you know, it's a good thing there's nobody like expecting it. There's nobody above me saying this needs to get done. It's just me. So unless you count my wife, unless you count her saying, finish your damn game. She the boss. Just quit your job and do dev full time. Use your savings. You don't think I haven't thought of that? I can't. Is this your first release? Technically, no. Technically, no. I technically made this game 12 years ago with a friend. It's going to be my first release in a long time. My first PC release. This is an iPhone game, obviously. Have you given yourself milestones with your big year breakdown or going with blocking things out? So we were talking about that earlier also, and Mr. Mard had a great suggestion of hitting like vertical slice milestones. So instead, so you see how I broke out each one of these tasks into a couple months. There's no way in hell I'm only going to do story for 2 months. Like I'll lose my mind. I need to jump around. That's like part of being an indie dev, is needing to just jump around. So what the idea of what I'm doing is, it's going to be chapter based milestones. So I'm going to develop the story for the chapters of the game, and then I'm going to complete it I'm going to finish it to completion, which is making all the assets necessary, making this quest necessary, etc. And then doing the next chapter, so I don't lose my mind doing one thing. Also, Atrum, you pay the music guy nothing. Rude. Not true. I definitely do not pay nothing. How many years experience you had before you make this game? So I started I made that game in 2012. Likes doesn't count. No. Cash money, yo. When did this come out? This was my first game. When did it come out? – 2011. This was in 2011. So I don't think I have 13 years of game dev experience, because it was never, excuse me. It was never a full-time job. But I always did something. I always was working on some kind of game or some prototype. I would say I had like 5 to 6 years experience. Got to bounce and walk the dog before she goes crazy and it gets dark. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Sninko, thank you for your raid. Enjoy your walk. So, where did I leave off? I left off at talking about festivals. One of the conundrums was whether or not they should be required or optional. And I want to put story beats in the festival. So we're trying to figure out how to force the player to attend the festival, but not force them to stay at the festival. And I think we figured out something good, where basically we force the player to go to, like, you cannot progress the day unless you go to this festival. Any kind of story information is communicated in a cutscene immediately. Then you can leave the festival. If you don't want to participate in whatever the activities are, that's fine. if there are things that you couldn't have missed or that you could have missed that didn't want you to miss, basically send letters in the mail. .NET Hero, thank you for the follow. I'm losing my voice now. So I've been going for 4 hours and 23 minutes. This is coming up on the longest stream I've ever done. I'm exhausted. So I think we have that figured out. Yeah. Sending a letter. I use mail a lot in the game. Anything that's missed is just a letter in the mail. Yo, Darth Bleckman, how's it going? Even if your inventory is full and a quest item is given to you, I didn't want to have to deal with like maybe an NPC saying, "Oh, your inventory is full," and holding on to that item for you. Basically, if your inventory is full, it goes to the mailbox. Which was a much more elegant solution. I was like dreading that mechanic because a lot of quest NPCs, they give you stuff. And if every single time an NPC had to give you an item and your inventory is full and they had to hold on to the quest, like the quest information and restart the conversation or pick up, like have some kind of like secondary conversation. Oh, that would have been a nightmare. I love your orderly Gantt. Producers need love too. Yeah, they do. I gotta be my own producer. It sucks. I don't want to produce. But I need producing. I need it. Sometimes my wife acts as my producer, as like she'll keep me on task in a good way, not like I'm sick of you working on this game, please finish it. More like, hey, you said you were going to do this. Did you do it? And I'll just either say, yes, I did it, or shamefully go, no, I did this other thing instead. And that makes me feel bad. And then I get back on track. Oh yeah, I forgot I added this. I'm like, wait, what is this item over here? I turned 40. If this game, so the ultimate goal is to finish this game before I turn 40. I think I could do it. I'm giving myself basically 7 months of runway here. If I go 7 months over, I'm still gonna release this game before I turn 40. Wait, is that true? Computer, thank you for the hydrate. Is that even true? I'm 38 now. This is my 39th birthday. And this is 1 year after that. Yo, it's kind of depressing when you look at your life in a schedule like this. I'm not going to put my birthday on. I'm not going to put any more birthdays on this schedule. 2026, I hope it's out before then. I know, right? I think end of 2025 is doable. I think I can do it. I just need to be really careful about new features. Should I make some scam games to get some money before making my own main game? No, never make scam games. Only make games that you are passionate about. You can make small games that you're passionate about. They don't have to be a scam. I don't know. I think to be, if you're trying to be an indie dev, it's really hard to make money making that kind of like cash grab fodder. You're going to have a hard time finishing those projects. You'll have an easier time finishing a project that you like. What if they're passionate about scamming people? Honestly, yeah. If you're passionate about scamming people, then you might be able to get away with making scammy games. But I don't know. I don't recommend that. Cussy 3D, how's it going? Should I ruin my passion for this hobby and reputation before I start building my reputation and doing that? Exactly. Exactly. No, you don't want to trash your reputation. Your reputation is everything. Your reputation, sometimes your reputation is what gets you seen. So the worst thing you could do is make scam games because you have to like market games. Even if it's a scam game, you have to market it. And if you're an indie dev and it's just you, it's usually your face doing the marketing, right? So you don't want a bad reputation because the next game you market, it's that same face. Basically mobile game dev, yes. So mobile game dev, yeah. Gotcha games are all the rage. You can make a gotcha game that's fun though. Like you could do it in a cool way. I don't know. There's always a way. There's always a way. What was this? Neighborly love reward possible. What is neighborly love? I don't remember what this is. See, I titled it as if there was a thought behind what the mechanic is, but I didn't write down what the mechanic is. I think the neighborly love mechanic was literally increasing your friendship with your neighbors, which gives you access to this stuff. Hmm. Wait, free pulls, no MTX. Been thinking about this a lot. Now I don't even know what you're talking about. Those gotcha games that are all the rage are usually backed by million, if not billion, bucko companies. Can you link me an example of these gotcha games? You should see me at the gotcha arcades. I've got so many of these little gotcha toys all over my desk. They're all like piled up behind me. Oh, Genshin. Okay, so that counts as a gotcha game? Anything by MiHoYo? What is gotcha about Genshin? I thought that's like a RPG, like some kind of multiplayer RPG. Characters are the gotchas? You gamble for characters? It's so weird. I played Genshin once for I just wanted to see what it was about. It was free. I'm like, let me, and I had a free night. I'm like, let me see what this is about. I played it. It was like a typical exploration RPG. It felt a little like Zelda. It felt, whatever. I don't know, like Final Fantasy and Zelda combined. And I guess I didn't get to the gotcha part. That's how they gotcha. The thing is, you can play Genshin without ever doing it, but the gambling is there for vulnerable people to get milked. I see. Yeah, I never got to that. I guess I never understood. Scheduled guest events. Yeah, this I need to work on a lot. This was another big mechanic I need to figure out. I kind of have it, but it's not in a complex state. It's in a very simple state. This might be the second thing I work on. The first thing is going to be festivals. The second thing is finishing the guest events. What is this? The head of town council will keep an eye on your affairs and achievements to a certain extent. Level up your inn, high average room score rating, get featured on travel websites, guest as a blog writer. Yeah. So I made this Miro board maybe 2 years ago, and I haven't looked at it since. Oh yeah, I was like trying out the Kanban. Miro is not the place to do a Kanban. Conceptual resource sinks. This is when I was trying to pretend I was a pro economical game dev with figuring out what my sinks and faucets were. It didn't help. Like, these are all the things that were just obvious to me in my head, and I couldn't figure out how to design them. Do you find Miro helpful for organizing things? So no, not really. So the one thing I've found helpful is to design the quest flow, like the story. What I did was I would just make a bubble of like a story beat, right? And I would just link them up to the next story beat and the next story beat. And then what I started to do was like branch off these quest story beats, and I'd like figure out the rough dialogue, and I'd figure out the item rewards and any kind of necessary like NPCs you had to visit, or here's like the flow, right? You do the main quest, you go to the Chamber of Commerce, you talk to Eugene, he tells you to go to Jeff. Jeff asks you to clean up the Alpine Trail. He gives you a rake. Then after you do that, after you complete that, you get a letter in the mail. Then the letter starts this quest, makes you go back to Jeff. You get the camera. So this has actually been one of the most useful uses of Miro for me, is just figuring out the flow of quests. And then I know, like, oh yeah, I know when you get that item, you get your first item, you get the rake here, or you get the camera here. Like, this is how I find node-based organizational systems helpful. Although at some point, the juices were just flowing, and I stopped writing quests down here, and I started just putting them straight into the engine. It's not a great idea to do that. Because now I don't have like a reference. I can't see it visually. It's very abstract when you implement a quest in not an open world game, but it's semi-open world. It's not a linear experience with levels, So the way quests happen is kind of organic. So when I start, shooting from the hip and creating them straight in engine, it just gets muddy. So I might have to go back to here. Put all the quests in here that I have out there in the real game, bring them back in here, and then continue the flowchart until the game is complete. Miro is good for collaboration and flowcharts. If you need a task manager or project organizer, I use Jira Trello. Yeah, I think one Bakba, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I've been using GitHub projects to do like some rough scheduling, and I just use Obsidian checklists for everything else. Like keeping myself on track, I just use checklists. And then yeah, I'm gonna use this to figure out the story for sure. All this, like, I was trying to make like a graph of all of the different crops in the game that you can grow, and just well, it's not even just crops. So like these are all the seasons, and then these are items that only fit, or it's basically like a graph of like what item is available in what season. So I'm able to like spread things out at a glance. And here's all like crops. So these are the crops that you can get, and these are the seasons that they're broken out into. And it's, there's a good even distribution. There's a few things like not available in spring. There's a few things not available in fall and whatnot. Nothing's available in winter. So this is how I've been doing a little bit of the game design. And I've been trying to break that into other aspects of the game. So like there's a photography system, and I have all these different zones, and I was gonna start listing like what stuff can be photographed in what zones and what forageables can be found in what zones and in what seasons. So it's kind of been helpful for that, because you can just kind of whip up any kind of shape. I didn't get very far. I need to pick this back up. This actually might be pretty useful to keep going in here. I did try to do, what is this? Oh yeah. At some point I'm like, I'm going to make a completely different game for the demo, like with a different, like a prequel to the main game with a different story and different dialogue. I dropped that real quickly. That was so stupid. It was such a waste of time, because I'm like trying to think of this cool experience that led into the main game. I'm not a big team. I don't have the resources to do something like that. Also, what are you? You're just a star. It looks like I didn't add too many quests that weren't here. What is this? Vacationer. Oh yeah, that's right. I have a character in here that I didn't even add. The professor. I had these ideas of putting like a school. I think like, yeah, I was gonna do like some kind of college, because I feel like college towns, they draw a lot of attention, and there's like reasons why people would be visiting. Wait, what did I miss? Monetization designers are not human beings. It's ethical to. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird job. I highly recommend watching Mythic Quest if you haven't. It's excellent. Oh yeah, I love Mythic Quest. It's very good. Also, putting on the mod hat for a sec. No more calls to. Oh yeah, no more calls to kill people. No, we like to be nice here. Thanks, computer. I'm currently using Hack and Plan, but they're limiting it more. So looking for another free option. Jira is currently up there. What is Hack and Plan? No, you're good. You're good, Kusi. You're good. Oh wait, what did I miss? What's happening? Yeah, no, we don't condone violence here. We don't condone violence here. Even if it's said in jest. I was a solo dev for a while, but the great things you can achieve with a team is amazing. I'm just in a place at the moment where I'm not sure it's worth the hassle of managing people, which I do eventually, since everything is downhill if no one does. Yeah, I work on a team of like experts. It's kind of magical sometimes. Like the stuff you can get done. It's almost better than twice as fast as how fast you can work, because you can't be an expert in everything. I'm trying to game dev. Do you accept questions? Yeah, Bakbuff. I can answer as best as I can. I'm not a professional, but I always do my best. Hack and Plan is a project management app thingy, but made with game deving in mind. Oh, that sounds cool. What is it? Hack and Plan. I mean, you're literally saying you don't want to use it anymore, but I'm curious. Project management for game development. Also, ML Jesus, what are you working on right now? Cookie consent. I do not consent. Try for free. All right, so we got a little bit of Kanban. Kanban. Organized by discipline. Integrated game design documentation. That's cool. Advanced progress metrics. Well, that's cool. I like this. So you're like creating tasks that have category tags. Yeah. I mean, this is, if you're just one person, this is a lot. This is a lot. I am a huge proponent of management and tracking software. Like, I use management tracking software at my day job. You know, I do visual effects for commercials. I use shot tracking task management software for sure. And I push everyone else to use it. But it's so funny that it's like too much if you're by yourself. It's too much. Creative collaboration is one of the best things in life. I feel ya. Yeah. Agreed. Also understandable that you want to focus on other things than management. Yeah, there's more. Sometimes you want to create. Working in a studio is good for finding like-minded people to make games together once you all inevitably burn out and grow to despise your day job. Sounds right. I got 4 people in my team now, so I needed something cloud-based to collaborate on. Oh, geez, you got a team. Then this is perfect. Yeah, this is great. I use Milanote for brainstorming, planning, and checklists. Milanote. You can turn off the features in Hack and Plan that you don't, so I don't use the tracking stuff. Oh, interesting. Silky Paws, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? Milanote looks like Miro. Yeah, it looks a lot like Miro. This looks cool. Yeah, there's so many different pieces of software out there. Right now, I'm trying to like figure out how to design my economy, and it just seems like I'm gonna have to use a spreadsheet. Seems like I'm gonna have to use a spreadsheet and get really good at spreadsheets, or I might have to make my own software. Like I might make my own tool in Unity. Yo, Silky. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you? In answer to your question, I'm currently working on an inventory management puzzle game. Connie! Connie! Good sun cycle, everyone. Good sun cycle to you, Connie. Yo, shout out to Connie. Someone sent me the VOD of you playing Alpine Lake. Why didn't you tell me? Did you tell me? No, you didn't tell me. You just played it. Not that loud. I'm not fully awake. I'll keep it quiet. I'll keep it down. Oh. Oh, wow. It's 7 o'clock. Oh, I gotta go. I have dinner in an hour. I gotta take care of the dog. Trying to get back into game dev, but the coding drive has few flat tires currently. Silky, I hear that. Sometimes it's hard to get going. But also, ML Jesus, if you wanted to, do you have anything you want to share? Got any links? Got any images? Screenshots? It's a cool game, but needs some stuff to polish. Connie, I appreciate your honesty. You get to bless someone with a 111 person raid. I guess. Guess I do. Who shall we bless? Who's on? I am the only one on the team streaming right now. I'm sorry that I misinterpreted your story. I didn't get to watch the whole VOD. I kind of skipped around. I was very busy when it was sent to me. Nothing to share currently. Need to work on that. Yeah, you do. Bakba, I have a dream to make an RPG game. I'm trying to pick the right tool. I'm not after photorealistic graphic quality, but Unreal's lighting and graphic and VFX visuals amaze me. But I don't like the blueprint thing. Do you think Unity can achieve that kind of graphic quality? I think you can get very, very far with Unity's visuals, especially if you're using HDRP, you can make very, very good looking visuals. Just look at some of the Unity tech demos. I would just be careful. As a solo dev, it's really hard to keep that fidelity up for an entire game, especially an RPG, which are very heavy in asset creation. Just be careful to keep your scope as small as possible. How would you recommend getting back into coding after a long hiatus? Any words of wisdom? Make a tiny, tiny, tiny game. Make a super tiny one just for fun. Recreate Tetris, recreate Pong, whatever. And then just get the juices flowing. Get the juices flowing. Look into HDRP, yeah. Okay, thanks God. Well, now I gotta watch it, Connie. Yeah, there's a few like assets on the Unity asset store that are like giant tech demos that Unity made. I forget what they're called, but there's like a very realistic forest. There's a couple of short films with like a robot character. I don't remember what they're called, but they're super high quality. Join a game jam to get back into game making. Yeah, that's another good idea. Some kind of quick turnaround game jam. I recommend that too. I agree. But yeah, there's no one on the team. No one on the team that's on right now, except for me. So we gotta go somewhere random. I mean, we have friends on. We have friends on. We can go somewhere we know. I mean, we could go somewhere new. Hmm. I'm leaning Beegs. I'm leaning Beegs. Done my degree during COVID, but lost the passion because it was quite isolated. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, no worries. Cussy, thank you for the follow. Or Kusi. I don't know which one it is. By the way, since you're a VFX professional, which software do you recommend to learn for VFX in games? I think a super under the radar software for doing visual effects in games is to learn Houdini. There's a few people in chat that might agree with me. I think you can do magical, wonderful things if you learn Houdini and combine that with your game dev skills. I use Maya. Honestly, though, you know, as far as free software goes, you can't go wrong with Blender. Just learn Blender. Jinzu, thank you for the follow. They're called "We used to make fun and useful things, but now our investors make more money." Wait, what are you referring to? Computer, take care. That gamer, take it easy. Not under the radar, but the learning curve is steep. Yeah, it's intimidating for sure. It's very hard. We're gonna go say hi to Biggs. The raid has been created. Everybody, thanks for hanging out today. Holy moly. You make me feel so popular. Let's do some credits. Hypnotic. You enjoy your evening. Jesus. Kilika. All right, new followers. G, Kusi, Silky Paws, One Bakba, .NET Hero, PDNZ, Rabi Rucci, Tin, Nate, Root, Red Light, John Turp, Merc, Malik, Head Boop, K-Chan, Virtual Agent, Fat Min, Annalie Dav, 26, and Hellraiser. Holy shit, that was a lot of follows today. Finn and Mard. Wait. That was Falonier gift subbing to Mard, right? And then Finn with the resub. Thank you so much for the support. Finn and Computer, thank you for modding and keeping us safe. And those raids, oh my god, epic raids today. Epic raids. Adam. Sninko. Wait. Wait, the other one was 5 hours ago. I forget. No, hurry. Scroll faster. Sninko Turgus. Later, y'all.